Hello, everybody. I hope you're all having a wonderful day because we've got a lot of work to do. We have the biggest patch of the year to go through. You guys all know I love talking about systemic changes, and we absolutely have some systemic. Wait, I'm supposed to do my intro for YouTube. I forgot. I actually completely forgot to do that for YouTube. All right, one sec. Let me get this. Let me get this all pulled up. Okay. So, guys, I'm gonna have to welcome myself twice. All right, just get ready. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the patch 1310 rundown for amateur play. My name is Quinn, and as usual, I'll be using my system of predictive criteria to help you understand the impact of this patch on lower-leveled amateur play. Now, usually, the changes that make the most difference for us are major systemic changes, right? Small champion adjustments don't usually shift our pools or our sub-pools, but strategies are updated when the game fundamentally changes. And the game is absolutely fundamentally changing, with 3 classes having like all of their items completely adjusted. Very few champion changes, actually. And so I'll just get this out of the way. My approach to this particular patch will be don't radically change your champion pools immediately. Use some time immediately after the patch to just assess how your champions are feeling and get to know the new items and the new itemization systems on something that you already know and understand, right? I mean, obviously, if you are just going to have fun with trying something new, I'm not going to stop you. Fun is the biggest motivator for improvement anyway. Just expect that even though I think the game will change and that tiers will change dramatically, I think you should probably give it at least a week before you start making some major champion pool cycling decisions. That said, I'm just about ready to get into it, so we will start with the small adjustments to certain champions. There we go. We did it, guys. We did a YouTube intro. I remembered to do it. We're going to have some long conversations today, guys, okay? So there's going to be a lot of stuff that isn't making it into the final video, just whatever we're talking about. I'm going to have to pause for a lot of conclusions, right? And I'm very, very happy to have your input today because, I mean, this is an exciting time, right? This is a very exciting time. So the context that they're giving for most of these champion changes is that a lot of champions that do not have AP ratios are gaining some AP ratios because they are candidates for building the new Rage Blade, which is similar to the old Rage Blade in that it has some AP on it. So they're trying to make the item feel like a little less bad in those contexts, right? What we're expecting to see is that none of these champions, like, gain new builds. There is a possibility of considering Nashers on some of these if the changes are good enough, but let's go ahead and see what those changes are going to be, right? Akshun's passive magic damage on 3rd stack is going up, so there's a 60% ratio on it. There is also a movement speed ratio on his Q. Sorry, there is an AP ratio on the movement speed of his Q. And his shield value now scales non-linearly, mirroring base stat growth, so he's gaining quite a lot more of it at late levels. So I guess they're trying to tone down Akshun's lane bullying like a little bit, which is a bit of a surprise. Obviously, since this magic damage on 3rd stack is the only part of Akshun's passive that is, like, or Akshun's entire kit that is receiving a ratio. There's no threat of AP Akshan whatsoever, and so we're not expecting major changes. It's exactly as described on the tin. With this part, this is something that the Akshan players are going to have to feel out a little bit. Like, are they exposed to more level 6 all-ins? But because this is a type of change that we have not studied, like, how to assess yet, I'm just going to leave it as it is, and we'll focus on the big stuff. So Akshan players, keep an eye on this. Feel it out. Let me know how it feels. We're not expecting much. Callista, she's gaining an AP ratio on the slow of her E. The physical damage has a 20% ratio, which is pretty low. And the additional stack damage also has a 20% ratio. Yeah, is there any possibility of just like abrupt rend burst? I mean, you still need to stack it via attack speed. I mean, is there any possibility of Nashers on this? You're gaining 20 damage per spear on a Nashers, right? We don't have to use our full ratio assessment tricks where we're understanding it's like snowballing and like scaling stuff just because there's pretty much one item, right? It's only Nashers and it's only the 30 AP from Rage Blade, and will that do pretty much anything? Nope. So Callista's unchanged. Kindred Wolf is getting some AP ratios. It is 20% AP on Wolf's Frenzy magic damage. That's per bite, which is very, very low. And it's the slow on Mounting Dread. So again, no reason to build AP on Kindred, exactly as described. Now, Nico is the only champion who's gaining changes that are not related to that Ginsu's change. And honestly, they're a little startling. Now, Nico's win rate across the board in solo queue is very, very low. I believe that at least a part of it is a symptom of people trying to overuse her deception mechanics because, you know, as I said in Day 1 Nico, there's a time and a place for honest League of Legends even while playing this champion, right? Playing jungle Nico, you know, the clear is very, very fast. The first clear is a little bit unhealthy even through the shape splitter optimizations. So what they're doing is they're giving her plus 5 damage. It now scales by 15 per rank, 95 bonus damage to monsters at rank 5. Do you realize how insane this is? That's pretty much 300 bonus to monsters per Q at rank 5. And this is plus 15. This is plus 30. This is plus 45, right? This is plus 25. So Nico's clear is becoming quite a bit better. The speed wasn't the issue. The health was the issue, so speed can kind of like help that a little bit. Sure. And then Pop Blossom was not doing enough damage. She did fall off as a champion quite hard, right? She was a very extreme tempo champion. Gain your speed, make your play, try to win off that play. Now the scaling will be a little bit better because they overshot the damage reduction on this. Killing the enemy small raptor and wearing its skin. That's so funny. Yeah, we're just getting big-ass mods. And you know what? I welcome Nico Jungle. That's something that I do want to play. But it concerns me that this is the direction they're going when, truthfully, it would have been okay to just buff her scaling, and that would have been fine in every role. So, I mean, I definitely overrated Nico before she came out. I was expecting her to be much better than she was. But I don't think her solo queue win rate tells the whole story. I think she is better than that win rate would imply. So, you know, this alone, better champion. This, spooky. What's the W strat for Nico Jungle? Like, is there something crazy going on here, Zeknal? Because to my knowledge, the clone can't take monster aggro, right? My internet completely cut out yesterday, so... But it's only on this... It's like my internet... My network adapter is kind of cranky with me for some reason. It's not actually my internet. You take the form of a minion and get absurd attack speed from its base stats. That made it through? Because I thought they changed Nico such that she can't take the base attack speed from anything else if it was higher than her own. Right? Huh. I hope it's just new cables, Karibo. Okay, Zeknal, I'll look into that for sure. Because that doesn't sound like it should work, to my knowledge. But if you can send me something of it working on live servers, I'd be more than happy to take a look at it. And Vayne, Q receives an AP ratio of 50%, which is definitely the most generous ratio that we've seen so far. And yeah, I just don't think that she has enough items to really capitalize on this. It's just a little bit of extra damage for the AP that she ends up building on Rage Blade. So, we're not expecting any big changes from that one. Nico is the only champion we really have to care about at all. The rest of them will not feel very significant. Okay, so now that we've sped through champions, it's time to get to what we've all come here for, the items. So, first of all, I'm going to contextualize the current marksman itemization system, right? Standard marksman itemization was designed entirely around the curve of their items, right? The curve was basically just like, how are you going to support your capstone? Now, your capstone wasn't your mythic. Infinity Edge, Quick Blades, and Rage Blade were your capstone. That's what your build is built around. That's what you're trying to optimize, right? So this would typically end up with eventually 3 item cores. Like, what are you supplementing it all with? You would have, if I go over to my tab here, right? You would have crit items that get built regularly on curve, right? Essence Reaver, that's typically only a first item. Bloodthirster, that has spots for first, second, or third, right? You would build BT. You could possibly delay Infinity Edge if you surviving is more important than your immediate capstone spike, because your capstone spike won't do anything if you're dead, right? So you would see in most cases, like Mythic into Infinity Edge into maybe one of your late curve options like LDR, maybe one of your Phantom Dance, like if you're an attack speed carry, Phantom Dancer typically. You could see some earlier rapid fire directly into the Infinity Edge. But the point is, Marksman had a small crit pool and would get their capstone on second or third, supplemented by a mythic most likely, right? It was very restrictive. And so you go down here, the on-hit options were genuinely fine, but they were underground. Like, Rageblade was a good item, but Blade of the Ruined King didn't supplement it as well as you would have liked. Collector was completely underground. Stormrazor was not something. Like, Collector totally lost its niche after Infinity Edge became a second item. Capstone meta was, like, a thing, pretty much. And then, so once you finish your curve, once you finish your 3 items, you can kind of opt into some of these defensive options outside of the curve. And once you think you have enough damage, you know, Marksmen they never run out of damage. You are able to opt into, like, proper, regular tank items, right? Is there a better way I could have explained that? Let me just check something out for a second. Right, okay, so let me actually simplify all of that, right? Previously, Marksman itemization was centered around the capstone, Infinity Edge, Navori Quickblades, and Rageblade. So they had to make their mythic decision, and they had to make their capstone decision. Now, Marksman itemization was centered entirely around finding an efficient and high damage path to that non-mythic capstone, usually resulting in a direct mythic to capstone build path, but often led to occasional variations when the utility of another item would justify that capstone spike, right? The capstones were not rush candidates. Rageblade could be argued to be a rush candidate in some instances, but basically they all required like some degree of existing crits to optimize, right? So Marksman got on-curve items, those that comfortably fit into the 3-item core, building towards and supporting the capstone, and then post-curve options that can't realistically be built until the capstone is complete, stuff like GA, stuff like, I mean, if you had a cleaver champ, like a Maw, you know, which is also why Marksman ended up having the viable option of steel caps, because even though steel caps are not typically a great armor option, they were actually the best that Marksman had available. So it was always capstone second or third, depending on the specific items, right? You'd pick from this small pool of crits, and there were very, very, very few variations, right? Now, however, I believe the capstones have actually become your mythics, and the former mythics are just items in the pool. So now Marksman itemization would appear to be much, much, much more open. We no longer have to really care about the concept of the curve as it was defined previously. I mean, we still have to care about an efficient path to our damage, right? But if we remember, like, the old Infinity Edge, like, BT, Zeal, IE build paths from old seasons, it would seem like we're going kind of back to something like that, right? What matters is the most efficient path to the actual stats that matter to us, and making legendary decisions, like, basically where they're appropriate, right? I still expect we're going to see most marksmen picking up their defensive items on like 4th or something like that, but I mean, we'll see how the on-hit champions develop, because they already had easier access to defenses before. Back to IE Rush like season 9 or season 6 or like most seasons before all of this, right? So let's be very deliberate about this process. We're going to go through every item. We're going to really pay attention to what it is now, right? And I am going to run a speed test before we do any of that, so you guys get to experience me without dropped frames. Oh my goodness. It's barely connecting. Oh my goodness, I'm on 6 down. Wait, hang on. Oh, come on. Yesterday I was actually properly on 50 down, but... Okay, well, the upload speed was fine-ish. It was close enough. So, let's see how that goes. We seem to be fine now. If you guys have too long of a delay, please pause and play again. We'll get ready to go. So, for every item, I will talk about its place in previous marksman itemization, and we'll kind of get a feel for where it belongs now, right? We have to understand the context that IE Rush and Quick Blade Rush is real, and that Rage Blade Rush is real, right? And we're going to have to try to work out, is that correct every single time, right? Do we want to rush our capstone, our mythics now? Do we want to rush our mythics every game, or will there be reasons to not rush them, right? MQ Zuba, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your time with us. Okay, so Bloodthirster, exact same cost, exact same build path, exact same stats outside of the lifesteal, which has actually been increased. But the lifesteal has been increased in compensation for the shield being removed. Bloodthirster is no longer your big shield sustain item. Now you're actually just gaining raw AD based on level, right? As long as you're above 50% health, as long as you're able to sustain yourself. So let's take a look if we can get this scaling from the wiki. Let's see if somebody's already put it on. Yes, it is. So it abruptly starts scaling at 13. So they're heavily trying to disincentivize you from rushing this now. Previously, there was a shield bow versus BT conversation, right? And especially before the BT nerfs before, Bloodthirster was almost universally better than shield bow unless the attack speed of shield bow mattered to you. Why? Because the lifesteal value was higher, the AD was higher, and the shield was repeatable, while Bloodthirster, while shield bow was on a cooldown, right? So half-casters with high early damage loved rushing this item. This was the definite Misfortune, Draven, Aphelios, and often like Neela as a candidate item, but Neela had Ravenous Hydra, so she was a bit different, right? Bloodthirster competed with the Capstones on second, because the raw survivability spike was just really compelling in some games. And then on third item and later, Bloodthirster became just outstanding for everybody. So, basically what we're seeing with this version of BT, though, it is a gigantic, gargantuan stat stick for crit champions, for AD heavy crit champions, and it is a survivability item, but it's not really going to do enough for you in lane, right? Like, you get to have 10 AD, you're buying this solely for the 18% lifesteal. Vamp Scepter is on 7% lifesteal, so it is a significant boost, but is that lifesteal value alone going to compete with, say, Infinity Edge? I'm not going to say that it won't, it's just harder for this item to keep you alive, right? Well, let's think, actually. Let's think for a second. The reason that BT Rush was good before actually was primarily that lifesteal, right? Because if part of the argument was that the shield is repeatable, well, that requires you to be at full health, and that's just allowing you to capitalize on your lifesteal, right? So BT is still a pretty solid laning item on lifesteal alone, right? It's just the comparison is more extreme. Because BT versus Kraken was easier to win for BT than BT versus IE, right? Since the passive isn't going to be scaling until late game, it's kind of tricky. Oh, I forgot I had so many tabs open. So I'm going to be writing oh my gosh, I just shook everything. I hate that feature. If you shake a window, you can just go straight to desktop. I didn't even want that. So we're going to write down our notes just because it's going to be kind of hard to track everything. Okay. BT. Good on first item due to lifesteal before changes. New passive scales at 13, i.e. comparison harder? Question mark? Right. Ultimately, if it's still good early, it'll be good on the half-casters. Right. Oh, I can disable that. I'd like to disable that. That sounds really nice. I should disable that after this. So, let me think. That is a lot of AD. Yeah, the crit is a little bit wasted on you. So, I have to wonder if... Actually, hold on. Let's check this out. So the lifesteal is substantially higher on BT compared to Ravenous Hydra. Technically, Bruisers now have the Ravenous versus BT debate. That said, Bloodthirster is not offering you any ability haste. So it is just the raw AD steroid, while Hydra is that AD steroid and less lifesteal but more haste. So that comparison is going to get a bit messy. They will try to step on each other's toes a little bit. As a raw lifesteal item, my hypothesis that will need testing is that you will kind of have to be a half-caster, very high AD champion in the late game to really get value out of it. Especially since Shield Bow is, we're going to see it's definitely the more defensive version. Let's stop talking about this until we see Shield Bow again. We can come back to the comparison later. Hi, David. Okay. Gale Force. So, Gale Force is remaining a mythic. Kraken and Shield Bow are not mythics anymore, but Gale Force is now directly competing against IE, Quick Blades, and Rage Blade. The cost is unchanged. The recipe is now changed. It no longer has a Noon Quiver inside. It is a BF sword and a Zeal and a Longsword. So what this means is, to my knowledge, Gale Force is the only item that can become an immediate one-item spike off your BF Zeal if that's what we end up returning to, right? So no other item will be able to combine. So technically that means Gale Force is the item you can build sooner than everything else. The attack speed is going down. The AD is going down by 5. There's now bonus movement speed on it. And the critical strike chance is unchanged, which is good because every crit item is 20. The change to its damage, 150 to 350. Prioritizing champions. Damage is increased based on target's missing health. Oh wait, hang on. Is this new? Let's check it out. Oh, I can't. Hold on. Oh, come on. Show me the previous revision. The patch history is not quite there. Well, we can look at it on live, right? Ugh. Fine. It always had execute scaling. I'm checking that crit damage, though. Right? I've dropped my calculator lid. What is wrong with my internet? Why is League fine? Okay. Whoops. So previously, Gale Force just dealt magic damage, level scaling, increased against low health targets by up to 50%. So yes, there is a new instance of damage on this thing, right? There is, in fact, a new up to 250 damage based on critical strike chance. So that moment of Cloudburst, we can see, compared to this version, does deal more damage. And then I'm just going to go back to the itemization bit. Ooh, a key frag. And the mythic passive has been changed from movement speed to attack damage. Okay. So, I mean, the Cloudburst damage being buffed is a nice feature, but, like, relative to the other options, I'm still a little concerned for Gale Force as a whole, right? Imagine opting into a defensive item that, like, locks you out of Infinity Edge, Quick Blades, or Rage Blade, right? I expect we will see, I mean, this is kind of like Crown of the Shattered Queen almost, right? Like maybe Lucian would still value this to some extent. Maybe we will find some, like, assassin marksman, like Ukshan, who can still gain value from this, right? So, like, that's the niche that I think of immediately when I see this damage has been increased and that it's competing against IE. So, like, pick marksman, but for the general case marksman, is the defensive Gale Force enough to justify the loss of Infinity Edge? That's our primary question. I will lean towards no. At least we have something in mind, though. Right. So let's go down to Gale Force. Competing against IE, QB, Ginsu's, dash damage increased, may have pick niche, defense looks hard to justify. Okay. That's what I'm thinking immediately. We're not going to go in depth on the Ornn items. That's a study for Ornn in particular, right? Okay, Ginsu's Rage Blade. What I've seen of this item so far looks absolutely despicable, right? So it's a mythic item now. It costs quite a bit more, so it's not as cheap of a stat stick. It now has AD, it now has ability power, and the raw attack speed is actually decreased. It now has its own source of on-hit magic damage in addition to the crit conversion that it had previously. That said, it appears that it no longer has any crit on it of its own. Yeah, okay, so I would assume that means that this is actually just what it would have had before with crits. So let's check that out. Oh, hang on. Wait, this is... the wiki's updated all of their items here, but they haven't quite updated the patch note bit yet, which is unfortunate. So we're going to have to go here. That's Rage Knife. Yeah. Gain 40 on hit for each 20 crit chance converted. Okay, so technically, actually I didn't know this. Rage Blade is giving you less on completion than it would have before, which I didn't know. Now, the new property, though, is that basic attacks now grant a stack of 8% attack speed up to 4 times, which is up to 24% attack speed, which is more than it had previously, like as just a baseline. And then at max stacks, every third attack applies on-hit effects twice. This isn't super frequent. Also, though, it has one of the best types of mythic passives in the game. Percent pen passives are outstanding. They are great mythic passives. 8 times 4 is 32. My brain is imploded. I apologize. I did the math wrong. Why did I think it was 24? That's not a real thing. Okay. 32. So we now have a maximum of 57% attack speed on this one item. Not bad. I wonder if we'll start to see some Hail of Blades just getting this thing stacked immediately, but I doubt it because the lethal tempo synergy is just too good, right? So this item looked absolutely insane. It looked completely disgusting. It looked completely broken. Now, that being said, when I thought it was completely ungodly broken, I did not realize that it wasn't giving itself critical chance or critical strike conversion immediately. I did not realize they had removed the Cloak of Agility from the build path. So that does balance it a little more than anticipated, right? Even so, Ginsu's Rage Blade was a pretty outstanding item before, and I think if I go down, I'm just going to skip down to Rage Knife, right? I'm going to skip down to Rage Knife because it's super, super relevant. Rage Knife now also has its own on-hit magic damage instead of converting. So Rage Knife before was a really garbage component to rush. It is more expensive now. Its attack speed is unchanged. It has Seething Strike on it. It can grant you even more, right? So, even though I now understand that Ginsu's Rage Blade is not quite as absurd as it looked on first glance, the fact that Rage Knife is a much better component and the fact that this is just immediately very useful bodes very, very, very well for on-hit itemization, right? We're going to see tons of champions, like, you know, especially Kog'Maw is having a field day right now. The fact that his item is more comfortable to curve into. So Kog'Maw is going to be ecstatic. Varus is going to be very, very happy. Callista is going to be very, very happy, right? Although, yeah, no, Callista's going to be happy. But. Sonic, thank you so much for the tier 1. I really appreciate it. We're almost at 2 years. That's very exciting. You know who else is happy? Katarina. That's a good point. Katarina's receiving some AD, some AP, some attack speed. Which is pretty compelling. So Kai'Sa doesn't actually fit into standard marksman itemization, and we don't actually get to include her in this conversation, unfortunately, because Kai'Sa just has fixed stat breakpoints that matter for her, and this is not progressing you towards any of them. Not really. I mean, if you have a 70 AD item prior to your Rage Blade that still synergizes with all of this as a whole, then that would be pretty amazing. But remember, Rage Blade wasn't her mythic spot before this. So when Kai'Sa had, like, you know, some Kraken Rage Blade, stuff like that, that was pretty convenient. With that, she can build Monamune and Zhonya's and hits 2 breakpoints, but that is 2 breakpoints on 3 items, and that feels pretty awful. Because the E breakpoint is so much more important than the W breakpoint as well, right? And that just does not have the attack speed to get her to E Evo, so I don't think that'll be Kai'Sa's build path. Oops. Let me pull up some notes here. Let me tell you what I felt about Rage Blade before. Where's my on-hit section? Okay, Ginsu's Rage Blade. Rage Blade first was only purchasable if the on-hit within your kit was extremely powerful, and you can expect it to be defended through a lack of Blade of the Ruined King, Shield Bow, Wits, etc., right? And Ginsu's would also have enabled a rare rune on second against heavy melee comps. But basically the only champion who actually was satisfied with doing that was Kog'Maw. It was pretty default on second. On third, some survivability tool was more important, but like Ginsu's Rage Blade before was just quite excellent. Now that it has this... Okay. Let me think. AP Kai'Sa has historically skipped E-Evo. That is true, but... AP Kai'Sa has received so many nerfs over the years that I don't think one item that's not even designed to supplement AP is going to make it excel, right? If you're building Ginsu's Rage Blade just because you want to be auto-attacking, it just seems slow, right? It just seems slow. It seems slow to get like your Evos at 4. So yeah, let's take inventory on Ginsu's Rage Blade, something that was not a very good rush item for most champions before, but was an outstanding item for the champions who could use it on second. It now has, if you are capable of ramping up with Seething Strike, more attack speed than before, while also just gaining AD and AP. Yes, it is more expensive, but the Rage Knife is a real component that does quite a lot for you as a rush, right? The Mythic passive, the Penetration passive, is one of the best types of Mythic passives that can exist, and although the 30 magic damage on hit is actually less than the 40 you would have gotten previously with the Cloak of Agility in the build path, the fact that it still has all of this together like will make it a pretty outstanding item for on-hit champions. Them having an item they can rush without having to go to Blade of the Ruined King, which is not in the ideal state for ranged champions right now, is very power impacting for Kog'Maw, Varus, like, you know, the typical on-hit champions. And we also have people in the chat pointing out, like, the possibility of Jax and Kayle and all of them, and I will definitely... It is definitely worth exploring this on Kayle. 100% worth exploring this on Kayle. Yeah, I'm curious to see how this pans out. Does it compete with Riftmaker a little bit, too? Huh. That's a super interesting question. There was an era where Jax had Rageblade synergy. I do remember that. It did exist at one point. Don't know how good it would be in modern League of Legends, but it was an option. Excuse me, I have to... yeah, I knew it! My Discord was on the wrong monitor, and I just needed to get rid of some of these distracting pings. Oops. No, Shyvana, like, physical Shyvana has been kind of... I mean, I don't know why they swung so much power away from tank Shyvana in her last set of changes, but... Or from, like, physical Shyvana, but... Okay, so let me think. Let's put this here. Rageblade. Doesn't look as egregiously broken as it appeared on first glance PvE, but it's still outstanding. Rage Knife being a real component opens on-hit itemization immediately without having to go through a weak Bork, or a weak ranged Bork. Right, because Bork is an obligation on some champions right now. It's not, like, giga busted. It feels great on melee. It's stupid strong on the right melee, but... So, yeah, I'm happy with this, and it's not busted, and it might not be giga meta defining, but be prepared for Kog'Maw. Right. Why is Bork not a staple for marksman? Yeah, there's a lot of better options, and the... Let me pull up the actual stats right now, shall I? Basically, here's the deal. You have to understand this damage in conjunction with the state of lethal tempo, right? Melee champions not only get significantly more % current health damage and are more likely to be laning against tankier champions, but their lethal tempo is also just outright more effective. So Blade of the Ruined King on 25% attack speed, which isn't bad, but isn't, like, overwhelming, not like PD was. Gaining only 9% current health damage, which obviously becomes less and less and less effective. And the lifesteal is not amazing. You know, it's basically just, it's solidly okay, right? It is solidly okay. And when you're in a game with Kraken Slayer, and when it doesn't curve into early Infinity Edge, right? That really, really matters. It was just kind of left in an awkward spot, right? And actually, what on-hit champions would rather have done is gone, like, Ginsu's into Wits or something like that, or Ginsu's into Rudons, or that would have been really comfortable if they were allowed to rush Ginsu's, but Ginsu's build path was not comfortable in lane. Now it is. So now Bork is not feeling very good. It's feeling even worse, because Ginsu's is amazing. Okay, on-hit champions, enjoy. Hearthbound Axe is now slightly more expensive. It has a longsword, a dagger, and another longsword in it, so it's 3 wide and easier to build. Slightly more AD, and we'll see how this fits into items later. Okay, Immortal Shield Bow. It is a legendary item. It is 400 gold cheaper. The recipe no longer has a Noon Quiver in it. It no longer has any attack speed. It is a pickaxe, cloak, Vamp Scepter item, with the same AD, the same crit chance, and the same low lifesteal. If you would take damage that would reduce you below 30% of your maximum health, you gain a shield for 3 seconds. Now that shield is just always weaker. Just always weaker and still scales towards later levels. Now, when Lifeline is triggered, the user gains 30% attack speed rather than this AD. So marksmen are really hurting for defensive options then, yeah? I mean, the lifeline bonus is attack speed. The AD is unchanged. The shield is just worse. But it's a legendary. I mean, but the only draw of that would be you could always buy shield bow with the other mythics, right? They're just... So, shield bow was not particularly compelling except as a later item in on-hit heavy champions, right? But now it doesn't even have the value on on-hit champions because the attack speed is very conditional. So this feels unfortunate. This feels like shield bow is now solidly a post-curve item, right? It feels like, I mean, because the stats are bad and you're only building it for that lifeline, right? So you're building it in a position where you need anti-burst and it is situational, right? Okay, so shield bow's not going to be in anyone's core. Shield bow's not going to come online early in pretty much any circumstance. Shield bow's going to feel a little worse even on completion, but shield bow is there for you as a late game option if it happens to be what the situation calls for, because you just need some way of surviving immediately against some like assassin that is very difficult to play around, right? I think that can be a simple conclusion, right? Now exists as a general post-curve option if its shield is the most urgent defense. May outperform GA. The reason I'm saying that is because Guardian Angel is best on champions whose plays naturally leave them in a position where they must die. The revive can be useful on ranged champions. Like, if the enemy team is solely pick-oriented, it absolutely can be useful. And, you know, maybe my opinion on the GA isn't completely developed yet. Maybe I shouldn't speak where I don't know things. So, let's disregard that point, right? It's worse. It's worse for sure. Okay, Infinity Edge. This is very cut and dry, right? It's now a mythic. It's not the build path... Sorry. It's now a mythic. The cost has not changed. The build path has not changed. The stats are not changed. The only thing that is changed is this critical strike damage just is active. It simply is active. You do not need anything to set it up. So what does that mean for us? Well, Infinity Edge was a very, very compelling option before, right? It was like universally the rush item for 80 carries. We are expecting it to return to that status on crit champions. However, maybe, because remember, critical strike damage, when you're only on 20 critical strike chance, maybe not always immediately super useful, which is why we're expecting IE Zeal and that sort of thing, because the Zeal is going to give us some crit to supplement that, and, you know, we'll curve pretty quickly. So, not much to say. We've seen this version of Infinity Edge before, so we know what to expect. Kercheese Shard. So actually, I should just, yeah. IE second on half marksman, or half of the marksman at most. Let's see. You're more interested in how IE will affect non-marksmen like Yasuo or Yone, so let's wait until we get to Static Shiv to talk about those guys, okay? I think that'll be more productive because we'll have more of the picture. Oh yeah, also, AD 100 on Aura. Very silly. Kerchies, so they are accepting that Energizer is just far better on raw AD than it is attack speed. So they're changing Kerchies chart. It no longer grants attack speed. It now grants attack damage, and it builds out of Long Sword. The Energized attacks apply 60 bonus damage, so it's actually a bit less, and I expect this to be because Energized stacking is a more viable option now, right? Okay, so Kraken is something that's going to be kind of difficult to work out now, right? Because Kraken is still good, but it's a legendary and you can just splash it in whatever. Kraken is the most complicating factor in this entire thing. Because although we're ready to go back to IE Zeal, well, in reality, Kraken Slayer didn't exist in the IE Zeal days. In reality, we could have IE Noon Quiver, right? BF or we could just do our Noon Quiver rush, because Noon Quiver is just the perfect component for 80 carries. We can rush our Noon Quiver, go IE, if that ends up being an option. But let's read Kraken more carefully before we conclude fully about the IE rush, shall we? Oh, Sonic says no, so thank you for your contribution, Sonic. What the fuck do you mean Noon Quiver's not... That looks like a Noon Quiver to me. Oh. Okay. So, Kraken Slayer is now a 3,000 gold item that builds out of Noon Quiver, Cloak, and Recurve Bow rather than Pickaxe. The AD is lower, but the attack speed is higher. The new passive... Every third attack applies 20 plus 60% total AD plus 45 AP bonus magic damage. This immediately hybridizes your damage. It is every third, but still. Now, 20 is lower than the initial, but this previously it had a 45% bonus AD ratio. So this total AD ratio, not only a higher number, but becoming total, is far, 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 far better source of damage, right? Subsequent triggers on the same target within 6 seconds increases this damage by 50% up to a maximum of 100. So it will eventually, if you keep hitting the same target, become 40 plus 120% total AD, meaning your one auto attack will just inherently deal 220% AD, right? Plus 90% AP bonus magic damage. Okay, so if you are allowed to free hit somebody, that sounds very strong, right? The big difference is just, yeah, sure, this number is up. It's now magic damage rather than true. Even so, you're still hybridized. It's still quite good. Let me read some chat and kind of collect my thoughts, right? Noon Quiver's also in Shiv. Ooh! Sexy. That's very nice. And I also agree with the Energizer, but I'm going to try to avoid distracting myself until we see one of the core Energizer items, even though we saw the shard, but if I don't focus, like, if I don't focus properly, my thoughts are going to go, like, all over the place eventually, right? Because I'll want to think of everything. My conclusion about Noon Quiver being an item spike, which leads into Capstone, is in line with what Freak said was a design goal with these changes. Actually pretty huge. Okay. So that doesn't mean I'm definitely on the right track, right? Kraken is a deeply, deeply, deeply complicating factor where... You know what? Let's leave it. Let's leave it. Let's leave it for now. Let's actually... I think I might be approaching this wrongly. I think we need to read everything first. Damage is still outstanding. Complicates the IE situation. You do need to free hit to truly get ideal DPS, but I would... Okay. Mercurial Scimitar is getting plus 50 MR, which is, you know, honestly not bad. But you're not going to build Mercurial Scimitar if you don't need Mercurial Scimitar. So, we're not changing that. And Mortal Reminder getting a little bit of AD. I mean, we would still rather we not have to build it because it doesn't fit into our curve very comfortably. It could be our third item. Because, like, Mortal is truly not that bad, right? The last changes to Mortal made it genuinely a decent option. And, like, compared to LDR, it actually now does have more AD. Right? But only by 5. It's genuinely not bad, but we won't be building this if we can avoid it, right? Because it's still better for our mages to be applying it with Orb. After patch Rel'Thas? Sure, but the patch is going to take a while. Okay, Navori Quickblades. Exactly the same deal as IE. It is pretty much the exact same unchanged item, however, it just always works. And now that is... honestly, probably even a better rush than Raw Infinity Edge, right? Because the value that you really, really care about is this one. So, I mean, if you're a Quick Blades user, maybe we don't even go for the Noon Quiver or the Zeal into completion of your Mythic. But again, now that I've realized, I've realized now that we've approached this from the wrong perspective. Practically unchanged, but always works. Refund makes this even more compelling than IE on no component rush. Okay. We need everything. Noon Quiver doesn't build into any mythics. Nice. Okay. Phantom Dancer. Phantom Dancer, which has historically been the premier crit attack speed item, right? Longsword, Zeal, 850 gold. It's now Hearthbound Axe and Zeal. And the attack speed is a little bit greater. So, grants you up to 60% bonus attack speed once it's stacked up, right? The AD is still quite low. So, I mean, it's one of its core competitors would be Kraken Slayer, right? And yeah, while Kraken Slayer does grant the same base AD and more, or sorry, the same base AS and more AD, but this passive actually contributes raw damage, while Phantom Dancer just, I mean, Phantom Dancer also helps you to proc Kraken more effectively. So I started to think of this as competition against Phantom Dancer. Or sorry, I started to think about this as competition against Kraken Slayer. But now I actually see that we're just kind of developing the attack speed crit core, right? If you're a crit champion who values attack speed, you're definitely going in this, like, Zeal Kraken route. Which is very interesting, right? I'll keep my eye on that. Slightly increased stats, now competes against Kraken, or synergizes with its, exclamation mark. Okay, interesting. Rage Knife, we've talked about, it's much better. Okay. Rapid Fire Cannon is now substantially more expensive. There is now AD on the item, and the attack speed is much the attack speed is much smaller. It now builds out of Longsword, Zeal, Kerchies, which is an AD item. The energized attack now deals from 100, instead of 120 damage, it's now 60 to 140 damage, so it becomes stronger later, right? But it still has its exact range. So we'll make a little note, right? Whoops. RFC. Now more of an AD item. Fits into Energizer core. Still retains its poke niche, which is more pronounced. Okay. Recurve Bow now deals magic damage with less attack speed, but it's also cheaper, so it can be added to more build paths. Runon's Hurricane is quite a bit better, because Runon's just has its own raw on-hit, which is insanity. It's only slightly more expensive. The Wind's Fury bolts deal more damage. Runon's is just a premier, outstanding on-hit item. Right? It's excellent. It's really good. And it's magic damage. So, Runon's will retain the niche that it had before, where it becomes your attack speed item on normal hypercarry crit cores if there happens to be a lot of clumped melees, and it also retains its niche of just being a really, really good on-hit applicator, but now it's just straight up better at both and feels better even if you're not getting ideal circumstances. Even if you're just hitting one guy and Runon's could maybe have value, there's actually now an argument for buying it. I mean, over PD, right? It's a better competitor to PD. PD probably still wins by default, but Runon's addition of flat on hit makes this better in both of its niches. Still must compete against PD. Now let's do that actual comparison. No AD whatsoever. And Phantom Dancer has some. Still must, which has small AD. Right. Okay. Static Shiv. Static Shiv is back, and it's now a Noon Quiver item, as we mentioned in the chat, which is very, very nice. Noon Quiver Cloak, Kerchies, 45 AD, 25% attack speed, 20% critical strike chance, and your energized attack fires Chain Lightning that applies 60 to 170 plus 50% AP bonus magic damage. These energized attacks will chain from 6 to 12. It's great. It was supposed to be the premier wave clear for crit users. Energized items stack in the most linear way possible. The first target hits it takes the normal effects from each energized item, but Shiv's bounces only apply Shiv's damage. Okay, so I mean, we're going to read Stormrazor first, and then we can kind of start. Actually, how close are we to the end? We're at the end, so we're going to read all of these, and then we're going to try to conclude, right? Stormrazor is now more expensive. It has more AD, and the Energizer attacks now apply 60% total AD, 50% AP bonus magic damage, grants movement speed. So, is this the highest single ratio? Yeah, so you don't have a ratio, and you don't have a ratio. So the niche of Stormrazor is that within the Energizer items, it's the only one that has a meaningful total AD ratio. And what that tells me is if you're in a big Energize core, or you are an AD-heavy crit champ, actually, which naturally leads you to Energizer, right? This probably closes out your curve, right? Stormrazor actually has a genuine reason to be bought near the end of your curve. Now, let me make sure I'm not talking out of my ass. Make sure I know what current state Stormrazor is. Your energized attack gains... Okay. Stormrazor. Please, it's going to be the current version, isn't it? Please show me the old version. Okay. We're going to go check out what it is on live. Yeah, speed versus slow, but I'm looking at the ratio. I know it no longer slows anybody. I almost searched Stormrazor. I want to see the raw ratio on this thing. I want to see the actual damage. It is flat. Thank you, Hailfire. I'm going to just check for myself because I've already gone to the trouble of loading this up. Yes, exact flat. Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's a shame you didn't type it right before I got in here, but because I do trust you. But okay. So yeah, Stormrazor is a really outstanding item for like just amping your damage, your instantaneous energized damage, when you're late into your build with a lot of AD. So that's pretty cool. Actually, this ratio alone, so it was 120 before. 120 damage before. So, hang on. So you need 146 AD to match the old value of Stormrazor, and then after that you surpass it. And yeah, 146 AD is not hard to hit, especially if you're playing Jhin, right? The change from slow to speed is a nerf in the context of, like, the two people who actually use this item. No, specifically one of them. It is a nerf for exactly one of them, Akshan. Because Caitlyn would actually value the speed more effectively. Caitlyn wasn't a Stormrazor user. No, it was Kindred. It was Kindred. That's right. There were two Stormrazor users in the game, and they were Akshan and Kindred for specific snowballing purposes. And that was it. If Kindred was, like, uber ahead, then a Stormrazor would be good for just, you know, like, capitalizing on that. And in that sense, yeah, the slow is missed. I don't think Akshan really... Does Akshan care? Does Akshan care? Yeah, because Akshan cares because this was his pick build. Akshan went for RFC, Stormrazor, Gale Force if he was just trying to assassinate, like, one-shot somebody. Which is a lot of his purpose anyway, but if he was, like, really, really committing to the full squishy Annihilator, right? Yes, so actually, phrased like that, Stormrazor is now better in chase down scenarios, but not as standard utility. Which is kind of a weird property for it to have. It's kind of a weird property for it to have when it's kind of slotting into a build that's just supposed to burst you the hell out. Oh, no. This is absolutely better for assassin marksman patterns. The reason being, this is your escape after you've one-shot someone. I mean, I know it's only 1 second, but it's like your RFC, like, chunk, get out, right? Chunk, get out, chunk, get out. It's an RFC synergy item. Yeah. It lets you take riskier pot shots at people. That's what it's for. Do I think Jhin or Kate would ever touch this item again? Yes, I do. And the reason I do is solely this ratio, right? It is a good... It would appear to be a good... Okay, so hold on. Stormrazor actually looks compelling as a finisher for Energizer builds. May be good on certain lethality champs, question mark. Either way, TAD ratio turns this into a new option. No, into a real option, rather. Speed good for RFC synergy pot shots. Okay. On-hit bard buffs? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, Jhin would love this item. This is an outstanding Jhin item now. Right. Okay, Collector is going from 12 to 18 lethality. We're going to have to contextualize the system before we decide if Collector is even a real item. Because Collector's not a real item now. Collector exists in one context. That one context is you have a non-crit opener. You have either a Hydra or a lethality opener, and you need to transition into your IE as soon as possible. Because of the lethality rule, where lethality is more effective as you gain more lethality, like, that's just flat pen as a whole, that's the only situation where Collector actually does anything. The lethality is now greater, so it's better in that situation, provided that that situation still exists, which we'll have to see, right? And yeah, lethality is getting overhauls too. Get ready for those, Zeknal. It's exciting. Zeal is getting nerfed. They caught on to how broken it is, but honestly, I don't think any of these are even too absurd. The Wind Brothers won't even necessarily need it as much now that IE is doing its thing, and we have now seen everything. So, let's try to build out the system, okay? What have we got? Unfortunately, I'm not able to... Wait a second. I just realized something. Hang on, we can build... Oh! Okay, hang on. I don't want to show the length of my password. Yeah, he did. He would sometimes opt into rapid fire cannon. if he has to. And the Zeal is too good. Karibo's exactly right. The Zeal is just too good on Garen. Right. The Zeal itself. Is this Declo pinging me for nothing? No, it's not. Yep. I mean, don't forget, we live in a game where the components are just good and necessary in a lot of builds now. Like, we're in a component-focused season. The components are outstanding. We live in a game where Vamp Scepter is nice. We live in a game where Zeal is nice. We live in a game where Catalyst is nice. Bombies is nice. Like, components are nice. They're cool items, right? So, if I am correct, if I'm lucky and PBE is online, we're going to be able to build out something here. Come on. I don't... Come on. TikTok. Could you load any slower? Okay, there we go. So we're now on the PBE, and we will be allowed to make an item set with the new items once, or I don't care. Because static. Yes. Okay, perfect. Standard marksman itemization, post rework. Okay. So let's go ahead and get all of our options, right? Let's dump everything that we can, shall we? You, we'll talk about you, I don't have Titanic in my standard list. I know Kog'Maw can get some value out of it, but it's not in standard for sure. You, we'll talk about you. I'm just trying to build out my initial. We'll talk about you. We'll talk about... Actually, we shouldn't talk about you. You're irrelevant. You're new. Wait, did I forget Eclipse? Yep, I forgot Eclipse. You. I will have to talk about you at some point. I mean, we'll exclude the tank items for right now. Because we understand that part of marksman itemization is not going to change. You. Essence. Oh, Essence is going to be weird, guys. Essence is weird. Is that everything? Yeah, okay, that's everything. What's up? Is Rel in PBE 2? No, Paradox. The deploy was delayed. I know, it's tragic. Okay, so these are the items we need to care about, right? So let's start with a really, really important note. What matters for ADCs, right? And I will actually show you this again, right? Attack speed does nothing unless it's backed up by damage, which can be raw AD or on-hit effects, right? That is just fundamentally true. But ADCs need both some early AD and... Sorry, actually. The generic ADC needs both AD and AS in the early game to come online. This is why Noon Quiver was so amazing. It was a single component source of both that curved straight into outstanding mythics, right? So, to thrive in this new old system, we need to prioritize raw stats, right? So what have we got? We've got like who do we have? Generic hyper carry. Actually, so yeah, we've got crit hyper carries. Need to balance their AD and AS. We've got on hit champions. Will clearly just stick to their own items. We've got half casters, prioritize raw AD, likely to value energizer effects. Okay, so let's just try to categorize things. Your energizer, what else? You're an energizer item. Let's actually just click Kerchies. We can see them all. Okay, so these are our energizer items, right? This is the most generically useful. Okay, energizer. What about generic crit hypercarry stuff? So you are appealing, you're appealing, but you don't belong in this category. You are absolutely appealing. Right. What else? What else? What else? What else? I mean, we should also make just a mythic tab. Right, and we're just sorting things around until we know where everything goes. You here, you here, and you all kind of branch off into different things. And you're a mythic. That's right. Okay, so I mean, we can establish our post curve right away, right? Because the previous post curve options were. I mean, let's just bring this down until we see the appropriate. GA slotted into here. Black Cleaver could slot into here, although I didn't have conditions for it. U slotted into here. Merc Sim slotted into here. I think the late curve probably doesn't change too dramatically, right? Like, late curve. But what do we do with the rest of them, right? Because these things are not dramatically shifting. So, chat, you guys are talking about Gale Force right now. We established earlier that the core value of Gale Force outside of its defenses is the fact that just the dash damage has been noticeably increased in terms of scaling. So this is really good for pick champions. This is really good for Akshan. This is really good for, what other, like, marksman assassins do we have? It still could be good for Lucian, right? As long as we don't mind losing that Infinity Edge, right? Lower CD? Huh? Is it? Was it 120 before? Oh, I didn't notice that. Okay, and let me just set up my post damage options again too, because that's just not going to change at all. Oh, yes it will. Yes it will. Yes it will. So it's like you're generically, where do you fit? Late curve? Are you late curve? Are you a late curve item now? Cause it's like, what's the role of lethality? Would we call ER a pre-curve item? So ER was an item. ER was part of your curve, right? ER was absolutely part of the generic curve, and the reason it was is, it was only really good as first item in most cases. There was a special case where specifically Lucian could get value out of second item Essence Reaver, but it's one of those items where it's like, if you don't buy it first, now it's competing with IE and stuff, and that's really challenging. I mean, it already is competing against IE on current system, but, Ezreal will still take that. Mythics and... I mean, so if we do, like, a Mythics and Openers tier, then do you belong here? Is that how this works? I think it's not got the properties that Xayah actually likes. Like, Xayah is an attack speed champ. This has gotten weird. Let's see. What does Zeal build into? It's still the same. It's still all the same items, except now it's also Gale. I'm trying to decide if I still feel like BT is an opener, right? I mean, it was still good, because we established it's still good on first. Yeah, you know what? Well, Rav was listed in my old system alongside unorthodox or transition curves, right? Rav is absolutely not a standard opener, but it is an opener if you value wave clear and lifesteal over the speed of your crit capstone. Oh, but now it's so different now. So Declo, I think you probably missed this. BT scaling comes online at 13, and that's pretty detrimental. But the reason we valued it early is not gone, right? It wasn't necessarily just the shield, it was the raw lifesteal on half-casters. And it's still quite decent at that job, at just, like, brute forcing your way through certain difficult poke lanes. It's just not going to be a common opener, right? It's going to be situational. It's going to be a situational starting item for, like, specifically Misfortune Aphelios Draven, I think. I can't really think of a single other champion that would value that. Actually, so what if we just went down into here? Very champ specific. Although BT isn't that. Ooh, fuck. It's weird. What if we just... What if we put it here? They did not buff Vamp. No. But they did buff raw BT lifesteal. Well, what if it into third? Because if I'm on... Let's say I'm Jinx, and I go IE Kraken PT... No, I can't. I mean, I can go IE Kraken BT. I can go IE Kraken BT. Yeah, for sure. When is the attack speed excessive? When is the attack speed excessive? What, i.e. Kraken... I mean, Jinx already does that. If she wants her... Like, she already can do that. It's totally fine. Jinx already does build a... like, exactly that if she needs to. What does the sad attack speed actually mean for us? You have 30% AS, and you have your Zerker Greaves. So... And you have, like, potentially... I know Jinx isn't using her minigun very often anymore, but... Is this even a real... Varus can use this really well. So that's like a Varus thing. And maybe... it can be a Kog'Maw thing, too. If you want more damage for some reason, but it's not really necessary. Noon Quiver becomes... I mean, Noon Quiver becoming Kraken is just too good, no? It's time to talk about Yasuo and Yone, I think. Shall we? So, we were saying, how will this impact the boosted brothers, right? How will this affect the champions who just double their crit chance? So this has 40% crits, i.e. Rush was already a legitimate option for them. I do not believe they went for it because the shield bow on specifically melees was very appealing. Shield bow is significantly less appealing now. Where are they getting their survivability from? Well, Yone is getting it from Blade of the Ruined King. Bork IE, right? Or that would be Bork. There were Bork shield bow builds. I don't think the Infinity Edge changes will not make a difference to Yasuo or Yone because they already had the option, right? It was already possible for them. What will make a difference for them is shield bow. And we're going to have to get creative at solving those problems. Tryndamere Quick Blade Rush does sound quite funny. For whoever pointed that out. Neela no longer has the option to go for her one-shot Assassin Prowlers build. So, but she's pretty unaffected for the rest of it. I think they'll go back to Static Shiv Rush. I think it's actually quite compelling on them. I mean, yeah, it's more AD focused, but they're Zerker Rushers anyway. Having burst damage on Yone and especially... Having burst damage on Yone in particular is quite good because, like, he does have assassin builds, and this will make it much easier for him to be a proper assassin in those contexts, right? Like, having Stormrazor as a real option is really good. So like, just Yone on an Energizer core supported by, like, some just basic attack speed sounds like he's very, very, very happy. Yasuo, though, losing defenses... Ugh! You know, like... Yasuo is already a volatile champion. He's already a champion who exists solely to be set up by some form of a combo. And he needs that. He really, really needs that to be consistent and be safe. And now it would appear that the best option for him is to... Like... Does he have to take this anyway? Wait a minute. Hardbound shield bow users, what do we do? Because is it actually nerfed enough? Shield bow also, we already mentioned it. Oops, when does this start scaling? 10, yeah. Oh, God. So is shield bow properly a post-curve item? Let's go through a list of champions, shall we? So if I'm playing Aphelios, what do I want? I want some raw physical damage. I would love my Infinity Edge Rush. My BT Rush could still be pretty alright. I do not need attack speed in any way. I have access to an Energizer core now. That's pretty good. That's pretty good for me on Aphelios. I mean, Ashe is just going to have all her same options. Caitlyn has access to an Energizer. Draven has access to an Energizer. Ezreal builds are not going to dramatically change. Jinx is definitely the purest crit hyper carry. Really going to value Kraken. Probably not going to pivot too much off of that. When is Phantom Dancer going to come into play? Yeah, no. When is Phantom Dancer going to come into play? Samira, we have to figure out a shield bow situation. Zeri is just on QB Rush most likely. When does PD come into play? PD is better if you have to hit everyone. Yeah, PD is better than Kraken if you have to hit multiple targets. You're not in control of which target you're going to hit. If you're constantly on the defensive, just hitting whatever. Yeah, okay. That's the conclusion. Oops. Likely better only when you can't hit one target consistently. It's greater when switching targets throughout a fight? Question mark? No, I said PD, Zeri. Wait, hang on. Let's check something. Yeah, Zeri doesn't interact especially with on hits or anything, but... So, like, when these options come into play, it's pretty obvious, right? Shiv is going to be a pretty common second item. Storm Razor is going to be a really desirable third item. But then when does lethality come into play, if at all? Because, like, why would Misfortune ever want to rush Eclipse again? For the defenses? I mean, that'd be the only reason. That's the only thing that Eclipse has over IE. Do we need to talk about Graves too? Not extensively. Graves is, like, Crit Graves is a little unhappy with some of the BT changes, but... Or is he? I mean, oh, maybe he's not, actually. Oh, no, Crit Graves is actually quite happy with the BT. I mean, I'm willing to put it here. Ugh. Okay, I'll put the more generalist options at the front, right? Stuff that many people might opt into. Does this change the crit lethality debate? So, I mean, Crit Graves became more viable in lanes again after his last set of changes. But he was like, it's only lifesteal abuse. That's the only reason you run Crit Graves. You run Crit Graves for lifesteal abuse. So, well, the Bruiser Gore Drinker build is unironically the best build for the best Graves games. He is a Bruiser. If you're perma-fighting at very close range, it's quite good. So no, I don't see anything here that would get him off. Because, like, you have to realize, Graves being capable of rushing Infinity Edge, I don't think that means anything for him. I really don't. Because if he wants raw damage, this isn't the most efficient path to it. Not for him. I find it hard to... okay. Yeah, unfortunately, that's where I'm going to have to leave it on that particular conversation. Okay, can somebody give me some hardbound shield bow users? Oh, maybe the energized? I mean, like... I can see Graves transitioning out of his lethality eventually. Collector can get you out of lethality and into Energizer. Ooh, weird. Maybe Zeri. Okay, Samira and Zeri. So what happens to Samira and Zeri now that this shield bow is just less compelling? Well, shield bow no longer grants attack speed, so Zeri doesn't really love it anymore. Cog is not hard mount shield bow. Cog is a weirdo. So the lack of attack speed makes this really not appealing for the on-hit champs. So a champion like Zeri would have to, you know, who's moderately close range, would have to find something elsewhere. She's got her quick blade rush for safety. But she needs her attack speed from somewhere. I mean, she is Zerker rushing because she pretends to be an on-hit champ, even though she's not. Yeah, Zeri is a Zerker rusher. Why is she a Zerker rusher? Because Zerker Rush is amazing for on-hit champs. Why does Zeri pretend to be an on-hit champ? Because of the moment of her ultimate being most of her power in the early game. But it was Zerker's straight into shield bow before. Samira is... Not just talking ADCs. No, I'm trying to think everyone. I'm trying to just come up with problems and questions, right? Irelia yeah, I'm glad we don't have to talk about Irelia. I'm really glad we don't. She's going to be totally fine. Okay, guys, be very careful, because we're having this trend of people saying, it's like, oh, well, when you get this item and that item, like, it's problem solved. But it's like, okay, but now that's a full 3-item core, and that takes time to get to, right? Like, I know you're just saying Phantom Zerkers, but that Phantom, if we're trying to incorporate a shield bow in here, that's 3rd item. If we're trying to find a condition for shield bow 2nd, right? And I know Zeri does usually take until that point to truly come online. Which means maybe it's a little more okay for us to chill, but... You know what I mean. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. I'm gonna think. I'm gonna get some water. Okay, I have one major question. Yep. Yi is a Storm Enjoyer? No, because the only thing that would make you a Storm Enjoyer is having high AD, which Master Yi doesn't. Let's save that. Let's go ahead. Go to Practice Tool. Actually, let's pick specifically Jinx. And let's pick our ADC runes. We'll go this. Cut down. I mean, I'll take, like, Absolute Gathering and just, yeah.
Rules are made to be broken. Like buildings. Or people.
Stormrazor Navori's Kaisa sounds nuts. For one shot, actually, potentially yes, as long as we can get our way to E-Evo, because we don't want to just be a one-shot machine all the time. You seem like the kind of person to put 5 points in Zillion-y, Sonic. I have to test something with Kraken. Right. Let's get ourselves to a respectable level 9. Get ourselves some gold. Get ourselves Infinity Edge. Kraken Slayer Zerkers. Okay. So 220 or 292 on the Kraken hit. And then 146. You have to ramp up against specifically that guy. 219, 292. So there's an internal cooldown per... And that's it. That's the Kraken. Do you see that? And if I hit them at all... So yeah, you do have to ramp the Kraken damage individually against each person. I wish they would show me the ratio when I pressed shifts. No, I do not want to turn on sticky keys.
Oh no! Don't make me break the guard.
No, because Singed's core, like one of Singed's core stats is movement speed. That's very different. Honestly, stacked up like this, I'm already at 2.2 on Jinx. Like, I don't think I want any more attack speed. If I were to build PD on top of this, then wait, where's my PD? There it is.
Shiny.
Nimble Trap, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your time with us. If I were to build PD on top of this, I would be like very quickly overcapping. Yeah, and granted, I have lethal tempo, so I can. It's not a bad thing to... It's only momentarily overcapped. But is that more important than, like, my LDR? Or is that more important than a Bloodthirster for defenses? Because it's still genuinely pretty alright. Like, it's not going to be as good on, like, this type of champion, this crit hyper carry. Like, it'll be way better on our high AD champs. It'll be better on our Energizer champs. It'll be great on our Energizer champs. Wow, hang on. Maybe I actually include that in the list of Energizer items, because, like... I mean, this is good post-curve, for sure. It is not bad post-curve. It's not bad as a late-game item. Would I be allowed to build it now? How relevant is...
Just put this on my Star Guardian.
Are we on 2-item cores, like, forever now?
What do you think? Mercy or mayhem?
Oh, hang on. No, hang on. I'm griefing. Wait a second. I'm using minigun.
Can't I have one of everything?
I'm using minigun.
Protecting the universe, one bullet at a time.
That's 1.65. The difference is 1.48. Oh, sorry. It is 0.3 attack speed on this one. That is worthwhile, potentially. But I was using a champion who just has, like, an extra attack speed steroid on top of all of that, you know? So hold on. If I'm in lane, right? My Infinity Edge is exactly the same. My Kraken is exactly the same, except it's got the recurve in it, which has a good on hit. Wait, I lose that on hit when I evolve the Kraken. That's so unpleasant. Obviously, when I sell this Kraken, replace it with PD, I'm going to experience lower per target DPS, right? Like, I'm going to experience... Oh, I'm on 2.39. My DPS is, like, hovering around the 600 range with crits.
Can you say shopping spree?
Yeah, the single target DPS is obviously much higher on Kraken. But you have to ramp it against... How much does it matter that you have to ramp it on everyone? What do I think of the recurve bow no longer being 2 daggers? Nice. Awesome.
I'm kind of a high roller.
Whoops. I don't want that. So it's like, if we go here, standard marks minimization, right? Like, I mean, I can immediately pivot into my LDR just as I could before, right? This still feels bad. I mean, when I'm on 3rd item, I start scaling on 10. I'm on... I can still get some value from this on this champ, like, you know, in very rare circumstances. Like, rapid fire cannon's niche isn't changing. I would never build Shiv on Jinx. That AP ratio is honestly funny. What would I do with that AP ratio? Anything? Oh, no, hang on. That's against minions. It's only 50%, right? Right. Yeah, Rudon's is going to be good in the same conditions. It's going to be good in the same positions where it has been before on Jinx. I'm just trying to look and see if I'm just missing something. This feels worse. No, I'm not.
What's next? Is it shooting? I love shooting.
No. Do not build Shiv Vagar. I don't know if I care about this. Maybe I do.
Who wants the red shield?
Okay.
Warning! My guns are getting restless.
It is so weird that this doesn't have a shield. You have to be the kind of champion that's inherently going to survive a little bit anyway. Right?
Always wanted to leave a mark, but not so smart.
Yeah, this is your anchor. This is for anchors. Yeah. This is like maybe only for anchors. Oh, or enchanter synergy. Yeah. If you have a Lulu, BT becomes much better. If you have a Lulu, BT is much better. Yeah, okay. So that's one bit there. Yeah, so Draven's still amazing with it. Neela's still amazing with it. Well, is Neela amazing with it? Should be, yeah. Yeah, should be. Samira's still great with it. Aphelios is still potentially great with it. Right? Misfortune is still great with it. Belveth actually kind of fell off of using it. They changed around her. Oh, sorry, I was actually trying to show this.
We're on a mission. Just don't remember what.
Does PD have any value in on hit? Okay, hold on. Let me swap champs. Right. Let me swap champs. Give me a second to play like the on hit character. Actually, I'm gonna pick Varus. I'm not gonna pick Kog'Maw. I'm gonna pick Varus. Alright, I've got Conqueror Varus, apparently. Nice. Oh, I've got Cosmic Varus. Even better. Only build Shiv Vagar if you're not building Deadmans. Alright, I'll accept that, Sonic. That's fine. So, like, I'm on hit Varus, right? Actually, would I build like 3Q into full W? Or, I don't know. I haven't tested that. Okay. So, I'm an on-hit champ. I'm going to obviously rush my Zerkers into Rageblade. Because it's just too good. It's too good to beat. Right? So, now what do? We're playing on-hit Varus. Well, the Blade of the Ruined King is still a little underwhelming, but the lifesteal could be still valuable. The Phantom Dancer doesn't give me an on-hit, but the Runons does. Wit's End is typically a very excellent follow-up if I'm going on this path. But Kraken is still a good option for me. I can still just build that. I can still just do this. And then I'm Varus, so the Nashor's Tooth is actually quite valuable on me.
Minions have spawned.
Yeah, so you could like throw yourself eventually with a core that kind of looks like... That's comedic. I ran pretty quickly. Yeah, I mean, so Varus was originally a very on-hit champion, but he's so flexible now, and honestly, Hybrid Varus is a pretty excellent way of playing him these days. He's like the last remaining hybrid, no? I guess Kale. Yeah, Kale is still there. But the Kraken, yeah, because I'm looking at what I would want in this position, right? And it's pretty much always like either Runon's Wits or Kraken. Because the PD is just... No, but the PD actually has value this time. Do you think it's value? I'm not looking at the numbers right now. I'm just... like, I'm not doing science. I'm just kind of trying to decide how I feel. Or I could just do this, like... I could just build like this, right? That's a good build. Like, oh, that's already been established as a good build, I think. But now we can actually start with the Runon's Rush. Or not the Runon's, the Rageblade Rush. I'm gonna be honest, I'm struggling to find a niche for PD. I'm having trouble figuring that out. Okay. Sorry, I was just helping with something over there. Yeah, I mean, but I don't want to conclude that definitively until we're, like, really sure, you know? Okay, so... Attack speed does nothing unless it's backed up by damage, but excessive attack speed also just loses to any durability. Unless your on hits are Kog'Maws. Or veins.
Bloodshed carries a price.
BT would be... Wait, is it even bad on us? Hang on, is it even bad on us? Let me just... Percentage of the damage by basic attacks, including those that are modified. It applies to items that deal basic damage. It does not benefit from heal power. The damage of most on-hit effects benefit from lifesteal. So BT is still good on us here.
My purpose is clear.
As long as we're not dying. Okay, hang on. Let's revamp this a little bit. Hang on, where am I going? Items, the marksman itemization. Okay, so if I move you here, then all of a sudden we have a good for most common curve. Do I just kind of leave it at that? And then PD has to fight Kraken all the time. BT deals a lot of damage. BT's an offensive item. Okay, honestly, less has changed about marksman itemization than I anticipated, guys. I mean, you're gonna have some people like... I cannot see Shield Bow being amazing early, and Gale Force is a little tricky, and the defensive options as a whole are worse, right? All of the defensive options are worse. It is harder to get good defenses early in the game. Hardbound shield bow users might complicate things in a way I cannot foresee. What does Samira do in a system with less durability? Yasuo? Zeri? I mean, Zeri will be fine. Neela will be fine, because shield bow is something she wanted to go late anyway. Okay, so chat, I'm gonna go through all of this again for the sake of the YouTube video, because the first time I ran through it, we didn't really know what we were talking about, So, full disclosure, this is my second time through all of these items, because on my stream, we just went through every one of these in excessive detail. It took like 2 hours to do all the theory crafting and talking about it, but I've decided to kind of run through a second time, because it'll be easier for me to contextualize to you guys, just now that we don't have to think of an item without the context of everything else, right? So, Bloodthirster, it costs 3,200 gold. The build path is unchanged, the AD is unchanged, the crit chance is unchanged, and the lifesteal is increased. However, the shield is gone, so it is a worse raw defensive item. However, it does grant you AD while above 50% health. This AD starts scaling at level 13, so it starts to come online very late. Bloodthirster previously was a viable rush item on half-casters, right? If you were a champion who really just gained excessive laning power through raw AD and the raw lifesteal, because it was just more efficient to keep generating that health and to just use shield bows 1 moment of power, you were very good with Bloodthirster. So like champs like Misfortune, Aphelios, Draven, those champions still may have rush value for Bloodthirster. May, though. That is a big may, because it is hard to compete against the new mythic system, right? So what I will say, it is a worse durability item, it is a worse defensive item, but if you are like an anchor champion who inherently is a little bit tanky and you can inherently survive things, Bloodthirster is still pretty good. If you have enchanters on your team, you have somebody specifically a shielder, Bloodthirster is amazing because it basically just turns you into a generic enchanter synergy champ like Xin Zhao or Olaf, right? It'll still be totally good. It is a good item, it's just the context is a little different. We will still find a lot of value on 3rd plus item. It's just those rush conditions that are kind of looking a little iffier. There are probably going to be lanes for it, like if you're playing Misfortune into Extreme Poke, right? That'll probably be a good Bloodthirster game. Draven in the same context, right? So Gale Force. Gale Force is the only previous mythic that remains a mythic. Now, it has to compete against Infinity Edge and Quick Blades and Rageblade, and that is a tall order. How is it going to compete against those? Well, it still costs 3,400. It is now a BF Zeal item, 55 AD, 15% attack speed, 20% crits. It now has movement speed inherently. Now, the cooldown is back down to 90 seconds, which is appealing, and all of the damage is the same except for, where is it? Yes, there's this up to 250 based on crit bonus physical damage. So, the only champion that's going to want to value this outside of the defensive context is kind of like an assassin-esque marksman. So, Lucian and Ukshan come to mind as champions who could still gain value from this offensively. But defensively, it's kind of scary to use as a trade-off, right? Because let's say I'm playing Xayah, and I need my defenses, but that means I'm giving up my Infinity Edge or my Quick Blades, right? And what does that mean for my damage, right? Now, we'll see the curves afterwards are pretty okay. Like, we still do opt into Kraken after this, but it's a little bit scary. Worth noting that we're going to see a BF into Noon Quiver into Infinity Edge pretty often on a lot of champions, but the old school version of doing it was BF Zeal. This item builds out of BF Zeal and is technically the only item that is going to be able to take both of those components and generate an immediate spike. So that's very important to note. It is also kind of a snowball item just off build path alone. Ginsu's Rageblade is absolutely insane. We thought it would be much, much, much better than it was. It's still quite outstanding, but it looked broken at first glance. Why? Well, it's a mythic item. It now costs 3,200. It is quite a bit more expensive. There's an Amp Tome, a Rage Knife, and a Pickaxe in it. It now has AD. It now has ability power. It loses some attack speed, but because of the Seething Strike, gaining up to 32% additional attack speed, once you get just a couple of hits, you will have more attack speed than before, and then you just have all these stats on top of it. Attacks apply 30 magic damage on hit, so Rageblade has its own on-hit value and is more compelling as a rush. It had that before, technically, thanks to the crit damage, which it no longer has. There is no crit chance on this item. Technically, what it had before was more, so this is the property I thought was broken. It simply isn't. It still has its crit damage conversion. It does have one of the best types of mythic passives in the entire game. Percent pen passives are really, really good mythic passives. Now, worth pointing out is what they did to Rage Knife as well. It is slightly more expensive. It has unchanged attack speed, but it also has its own on-hit damage, and it has a version of Seething Strike, which amps attack speed. Rage Knife was a garbage component to rush initially. It is quite a lot better now, right? Which does mean Ginsu's rush feels good. And that's really huge for on-hit champions because Blade of the Ruined King was not super appealing, mainly because of its interactions with lethal tempo, right? Melee champions and melee Bork, really good, 12% current health damage and a really good lethal tempo, while ranged champions had less value of that, and then 9% current health damage, and then a kind of underwhelming lifesteal value, and it just didn't feel good to purchase at its price point. On-hit champions would have wanted to rush Ginsu's anyway if they could get away with it, and now it's much easier to get away with it. The damage is much better. So that's super, super, super good for Ginsu's users, right? Hearthbound Axe now has a little bit more AD, and it's a little cheaper, so it's easier to fit into the components of some items. We'll see that later. Immortal Shield Bow is a little bit complicated. It's now a legendary item. 3,000 gold, no longer grants any attack speed, which is weird because that means the existing niche, the existing conversation between Bloodthirster and Shield Bow gets a little muddied, because previously Shield Bow was only better than BT on champions that actually value the attack speed, and it was uniquely good as a third item for on-hit champions, just because on-hit builds tend to have a little higher durability, and they get most of their damage, early from the raw on-hits. The value of the shield is reduced, and it only starts scaling at level 10, and the lifeline stats, that's now attack speed, which isn't amazing. So Shield Bow presents us with a complicated problem. Shield Bow Rush looks quite awful. Shield Bow Second even looks quite bad on paper. Shield Bow looks like it firmly cements itself as like the post-curve type of item alongside GA, alongside Maw. Something that you build once your 2-item, 3-item spike are like solidly online. You have all the damage you could ever need, and now like the utility items become generally stronger. What does that mean for Samira, though? And what does that mean for Yasuo? And what does that mean for, like, these hardbound Shield Bow users, right? I think Zeri will survive, but, like, these champions who get in your face and, like, really, really rely on this. It's now the only, like, true defensive item, excluding, it's now the only true generic defensive item that can proc in every fight, right? Because GA can't proc in every fight. Maw doesn't affect everything. BT is just not that item anymore. So, like the generic hyper carry, like let's take Jinx for example. She's really going to want to be building BT, Noon Quiver, Infinity Edge, Kraken Slayer in like most cases, right? So I mean, that is enough, and she would like to go at LDR on 3, and then a Shield Bow on 3 could actually be a good option for her, right? So that does tell us it's not inherently post-curve only. Like the concept of the curve has changed. Previously, we would have to build our 3 items to supplement and support our capstone, which are now our mythics. Yeah, it's just gotten a little complicated. I'll take this moment to kind of just step in and, include the context that I forgot to include. We've been talking about all of our items. What matters for ADCs, right? Why did we used to go BF Zeal back in the day? Well, because attack damage is basically the be-all, end-all, right? Attack speed does nothing unless it's backed up by AD or by on-hits. And then excessive attack speed does nothing into durable targets. So you have to kind of, play this balancing act, right? So the system is very much about our raw stats, right? We just didn't have to kind of perceive it through the lens of raw stats as much because Kraken was just our one-stop shop. Gale was just kind of our one-stop shop. But, like, fundamentally not that much has changed when you look at it from that perspective, right? So, I mean, if you're playing Jinx and you would still be fine with building an RFC in the right position. You would still be fine with building a Shield Bow. Yeah, so you can start building this as early as 3rd, and we'll have to do some problem solving on like Yasuo, Samira, and just see what happens, right? Infinity Edge is completely unchanged, except for it's a mythic, and the crit damage is just a stat increase, right? So you want to rush this item in a lot of cases if you are a crit champion. It's rushable, it's very strong if you rush it. Granted, the crit damage doesn't do too much until you have a little bit of crit, like extra crit chance behind it, but that's why in the old days we used to build a Zeal to supplement it. That's why we still can build a Zeal to supplement it, but as we'll see in the State of Kraken, why it's more likely that Noon Quiver becomes the item. Actually, no, we'll be on Noon Quiver into straight Infinity Edge. because Noon Quiver is just the ideal component that we didn't have back in those days. Yeah, okay, yeah. So that's what's going to happen. By the way, Infinity Edge, very plainly just a excellent rush item. Kerchies, they're building the Energizer system to be more AD focused, so the attack speed is gone, the AD is present, the initial damage is actually lower, mainly because all the Energizer effects have like big scaling effects on them now. Kraken Slayer is now a legendary. It costs less. The AD is lower. The attack speed is slightly higher. A Noon Quiver, Cloak of Agility, recurve bow rather than pickaxe. And every third attack now has a 60% total AD ratio, which is higher than the 45% bonus that it had before. This is now an AP ratio, and subsequent triggers on the same target increase this damage by up to 100% for 40 plus 120% total AD, which is excellent, plus 90% AP. Now, granted, it is magic damage rather than true, but effectively what this creates is a situation in which Phantom Dancer and Kraken Slayer are competing directly against each other. I'll scroll directly to Phantom Dancer here. We'll see it's basically unchanged. It still is a premier attack speed stat stick, right? But let's say we're Jinx again, right? Because Jinx is just our generic crit hyper carry who sets all the rules, right? Let's say we're Jinx. We build our Infinity Edge, and now we're kind of deciding between Kraken and PD. Now, originally I thought maybe they can supplement each other, right? But then if we're building Kraken PD, we kind of do get into excessive attack speed territory without actual on-hits behind it. And that's awkward for when there are hyper tanks, right? It can still be quite good into squishy champions. In fact, it will be good if the entire enemy team is squishy. You can go, i.e. Kraken PD, right? But in any case in which you have to do like any tank busting, you're going to have to recognize that LDR is in the system, right? And that probably takes priority over Phantom Dancer. And you have to recognize that maybe BT is going to be necessary even without the shield because you have an enchanter and it's just necessary to do that. Maybe the shield bow is useful because there's a lot of divers, right? And basically what I'm getting at is Phantom Dancer, in the comparison between Kraken and Phantom Dancer, would appear to be more expendable, right? It would appear that Kraken Slayer is the biggest immediate spike, right? Obviously, the single target DPS is the greatest. The one thing that PD does have over Kraken Slayer is that this ramps on a per target basis, while PD just gives you the attack speed and lets you keep rolling with it, right? But I hypothesize that in the general case, Kraken over PD is desirable, and we'll kind of play through there, right? This item is still amazing. It's still going to define a lot of AD carry builds. Merc-Sim is gaining some magic resistance, which is very nice, but it's not going to create conditions in which we build Merc-Sim when we wouldn't anyway, so, you know, because it would be more desirable to build actual raw MR, because that also gives us some health, right? Mortal Reminder has some more AD. It now has greater AD than LDR. It is still, you know, somewhat fine. It's still kind of appealing on third item, but it's more efficient for the mages to be applying with Oblivion Orb. Like, if you're desperate, Mortal Reminder is still good. It still has good percent pen. You know, it's not a bad option by any means. It's still fine on third, but it's a situational, like, obligation thing, right? Quick Blades. So Quick Blades also now are a mythic. Quick Blades also apply immediately. Like, they don't have any condition to come online. You just do get this non-ultimate ability refund, and you do just get increased ability damage. The cool thing is, Quick Blades are technically, if you want to think of it from this way, better on paper to rush without a supplementary component than Infinity Edge. Because Infinity Edge is amping the damage, but Quick Blades, you know, you just get the value immediately. So keep that in mind. It's still likely that you'll want to supplement with some attack speed on most Quick Blades users, right? But if you're playing something like Lucian, for instance, granted, Lucian is still one of the very few champions who would value offensive Gale Force, but, you know, that's an option. Noon Quiver doesn't build into mythics, that's all it said. We'd already talked about PD and Rage Knife, so let's talk about Rapid Fire Cannon. Rapid Fire's niche is preserved, right? It is still good when you need to take pot shots on people. 3,000 gold, it now has AD, and the attack speed is lower, in line with the goal of making Energizer items more AD focused, because they're more of a burst style. It just makes more sense, right? Energized attacks will deal less damage initially on Rapid Fire Cannon. They really just care about, you know, the raw AD and the poke. Energizer items as a whole, you'll see we've been working through these a little bit. It is kind of its own tree. We'll hold off on talking about that until Static Shiv shows up, right? Recurve bow is now only 1 dagger and is cheaper and builds into more components. It has just magic damage on hit, and that's actually pretty cool because on hits as a whole, there's a lot of energizer effects, there's a lot of on hit effects that are just magic damage and make you a little harder to itemize against. Runon's is quite a bit better. It's a little bit more expensive, but it now has its own native on hit, and Runon's is an on hit synergy item that applies all your on hits through all of its bolts, right? And on top of that, the Wind's Fury bolt damage is greater. So in the conditions where Runon's would be a good item, it is a noticeably better item, right? If people are going to clump up, it is quite good, right? So going back to our Jinx example, in the conditions where Runon's jumps out as an appealing item, then, you know, we could maybe go Infinity Edge, Kraken, Runon's, right? We could go Infinity Edge straight into Runon's if that's necessary, and, you know, that could just be our attack speed, and we could go Runon's into LDR as well, right? So Runon's does kind of interact with the crit system like that, and it can be a competitor to Kraken, and it's more likely a direct competitor to PD, and it also just integrates itself very nicely, as before, unchanged, into on-hits. Static Shiv is back. It still is a big nuke item. Applies 60 to 170 bonus magic damage on its energized, which will chain to up to 12 targets and deal noticeably higher damage to minions. It has some AD, it has some attack speed, it has some crit damage, or crit chance rather, and notably the energizer effects only apply to the first target, and then Shiv's damage will apply to everything else, right? You can't just stack energizers and have Shiv apply all of them to everybody. Only to the one guy who you've one-shot, right? So yeah, now it's worth talking about Energizer items. Once we incorporate the context of Stormrazor, the stats aren't noticeably increased and the price is increased. So it's like, okay, this item's still trash, right? Wrong. Because now instead of dealing flat damage, it has a 65% total AD ratio. I think the math worked out to 140 AD necessary to reach the old value, which is not particularly high, especially on AD stackers. Energizer items are really good on burst champions or half casters or champions that just, like, you know, stack AD because they don't need attack speed. Now that it has movement speed rather than a slow, it's really good at synergizing with rapid fire cannon and just taking pot shots and getting out. It's good for, like, assassination patterns and just get out, right? These are not items that the generic attack speed carry is going to be looking at, right? This is going to be more so something like Draven. This is going to be more so something like Aphelios. Like, Aphelios is going to love the Energizer system for sure. So it's kind of within its own defined niche. I can't imagine Stormrazor being amazing before third item because you really, really need its ratio to make it hurt, right? And they say early PvP focused. I don't think it's actually going to achieve those goals, right? Now, that complicates things a little bit because it's like, well, if IE Rush with Energizer effects are so good on half-caster like AD champions, what does that mean for the Collector? And what does that mean for general lethality? Like, what does that mean for Eclipse, right? The Collector's going up to 18 lethality, which is good, but it doesn't change the fact that its only niche is to curve from a lethality item into crit, which was necessary when Infinity Edge could not be purchased until you had 20% crit. So if you were the type of champion that likes to start Eclipse for whatever reason, and then you still wanted the Infinity Edge, this was your transition point. That was the only value it ever had, right? There was basically just not much of a place for it in the old system. In the new system, though, where you can just buy Infinity Edge whenever you damn well please, I have a hard time, even with 18 lethality, which is a good number, I have a hard time seeing any value. Like, you can still use it to transition out of crit into lethality, but if you're doing that, then, you know, like, flat pen becomes more effective if you have previous flat pen on top of it, which is usually more of a snowballing thing. You usually build it on a curve. You don't just decide to do that in endgame when the armor's kind of there already, right? So it's hard to find a place for this item. And so it's like, yeah, then we factor in Eclipse, right? Infinity Edge. We will have to explore stuff like Misfortune, stuff like Draven, see if there even still is a place for lethality on them at all, right? Because it might even be that extreme. Now, champions like Varus, who aren't going to get much value out of Energizer items at all, because, you know, like... No, hold on, let me rethink this. Champions like Varus, who become full casters on lethality, right? Who are picked for their poke. Champions like Ezreal, who are not going to want to spec into crit for Energizer stuff. Like, splashing lethality is still going to be useful on them, and in fact, we'll see a mythic later that is perfect for them. But then I can't see a reason for those champions to build the Collector either, because they don't want to transition back into crit. So, you know, I think this item's homeless. We'll take it. We'll see. We'll see. And then finally, Zeal, which is one of the best components in the game, is simply just slightly worse. And it's still quite good. So basically, the conclusions that we draw, right? PD has to really fight for its life. We've seen the conditions where Bloodthirster can be good. You know, you have an Enchanter, or you just are a naturally tanky marksman, right? Energizer items are going to have, like, their own champions that just really enjoy them. I would like to investigate Yasuo again, because durability in the system as a whole is down. Survivability is down. Durability is down. It is harder to get your early defenses, especially with Shield Bow being bad early. So that kind of incentivizes Yasuo to go in more a direction where he's just trying to hard one-shot you. Return of Shiv for him, right? That gives Yone some extra options for playing actual assassin patterns, although he's not going to be as desperate because he's an outstanding Blade of the Ruined King user, right? Ultimately, we're still approaching the system from a similar, like, 3-item core perspective, right? You pick up your, like, you try to set up with your Infinity Edge, Quick Blades, Rage Blade, like, the crit champions will still be looking from here or here and might take a situational BT, The rapid fire cannon is still available to everybody if necessary, if that happens to be the play pattern that works for you this game. And then Shiv and Stormrazor are on their own types of champions. Runons is still available for all, like, attack speed carries on, like, 2nd or 3rd, if the situation calls for it. But, you know, now on-hit champions as a whole can just go Ginsu's directly into Wit's End, directly into, like, hard durability. The right champion can splash a Nashor's Tooth in here, right? We still have our late curve items, like the ones that are kind of just like closing out our Kraken IE sort of core. You know, that's unchanged. The very champ specific options are unchanged, except, you know, as we've talked about these options, like I really couldn't tell you. And then once you finish your core, you can start opting into the typical defensive items with Shield Bow joining the roster. And once you've decided you have enough damage, because marksmen never run out of damage, you just go into your hard tank items if that's what you choose, right? If that would be most useful in the moment. So, honestly, even though a lot about the system has changed, the fundamentals are still in place, and, like, less has changed than you think. There's just some, like, edge cases that are missing their durability and will have to find a solution. And there are some champions who just, like, go absolutely ballistic with these Energizer items, right? Jhin, Aphelios, Draven is a concern, right? Just... Some champs are having a field day with the fact that these AD-heavy options are nice and good and appealing, right? So, I think that about covers it for marksman itemization, guys. I think we did end up pulling up some good conclusions, right? If you guys want to read this notepad document, feel free to pause. This was just what I was thinking, like, in the moment while I was going through the list, but... yeah. So just don't overcap your attack speed. Curve as usual. Don't change too much of the fundamentals. We just can't approach it from the mindset of, like, I need to support my capstone. It's more, I just need to get the stats that I need, and then my third item has to be relevant to the situation I'm in. Yeah, okay, cool. Please, please for me, keep an eye out on the lethality champs. Chat, are we okay? I'm sorry it took so long. By the way, you guys were free to talk the entire time. Like, you guys didn't have to lurk for my sake. Oh, I love that. I love that. Well, Karibo, you didn't miss much. We just did the recap of everything we ended up concluding, and I'm very happy with my understanding of the system now. I'll see if I'm right. in the coming weeks. All right, let's move into assassin items. So the big premise of assassin items... Actually, hold on. Assassin items are getting less extensive changes, so I think I'm more comfortable making bigger statements before I've gone through absolutely everything, right? Because I remember most of what I saw on the PvE deploy. So let me just put it this way, right? Assassin itemization was really, really bad, right? When you're in a position where Yumu's versus Axiom is the primary damage conversation on your second item, that doesn't bode well, because those items were fine, but not amazing. Worse, ranged lethality users really did not have good mythic options. If the ranged lethality user was not an Eclipse user, they were obligated to rush the next best legendary, which was, in most cases, Yumu's, right? Now, we also have Umbroglaive on top of that. Where does Umbroglaive fit in? Well, it's pretty weak as a combat item. And I'm on record on one of my TikToks with saying that in at least coordinated competitive play, I do not think that its active actually translates to very much. In solo queue, where it's harder to communicate and make sure everybody has the same information through just intuition and reading the map through Fog of War, it is better. But I was in a position where, like, you know, a lot of melee lethality supports were much better off with Yumu's or with Mythic Rushes. Umbral was kind of just the item for ranged lethality supports if they weren't supposed to be carries, right? And then, like, we had Eon. Eon was a great defensive item. But then, like, what do you do beyond that? Like, you're just stuck, right? You have Cyrildas, eventually. So Assassins have just been poaching a lot of Bruiser items, right? Black Cleaver has been, like... I mean, it's just an amazing items, which is why they're looking at it, because it's just so much better than their own items. But yeah, like, let's look at the options, right? Prowlers and Eclipse were so much better than everything else that it was not even funny. And then underneath the Yumu's versus Axiom thing, like... yeah, you really don't have it, because the other competitors for raw damage were Cyrilda's, Cleaver, Monamune, which are either champion-dependent or late game. The defenses, right, Eon was great, but then, like, Mog, GA, DD, Silvermere, like, we're getting into Bruiser itemization again, because it's the best they've got. Of the util items, like Serpents, it was profoundly understated. Umbroglaive, profoundly understated, right? Like, everything just limited your output, and even though a lot of items built out of Serrated Dirk, So, let's see what problems they were able to address with that, right? Dark as Bean, thoughts on Echoes of Helia plus Font of Life? Well, we haven't quite gotten there yet, but I'm excited to experiment with Helia on, like, Ash and Senna and stuff like that, right? Like it does look pretty appealing. Now, yeah, I'll get to that in a moment, so I would just appreciate your patience, because I can't give you the response you deserve until I've, like, gotten all this assassin stuff out of my head, you know? So, of all those problems I mentioned, here's the solution to one of them. Ranged lethality users just have a really good mythic now. Your spells deal up to an additional 15% bonus damage based on the target's missing health. Everybody, welcome to your artillery lethality option. Here it is. If you are a poke champion, and you're not like an Eclipse synergy thing like Jace, you know, this is Varys' item. This is Ezreal's late item still. Like, he doesn't have to just go into Prowlers and sit on some awkward item, right? And then when the champion you've damaged within the past 3 seconds dies, you no longer become invisible, you become untargetable by non-structures. So you can't just sneak away. It's a little worse on the melee assassins, because they can, you know, track your movement. But on a ranged champion who values their survivability, that's quite good, right? You mostly poke when they're undamaged to soften them up. Well, I mean, you do still want... let's see when this starts amping, right? We'll be able to get that exact number. Dusk Blade. You have to remember, like, poke champions are very susceptible to, like, every little point of damage mattering, right? You nerf a poke champion's Q by 10 damage, and they really feel it, right? Every point matters. And that starts amping. I mean, it starts amping as early as 8%. 16, 24, 32. Like at 40% health, you're already dealing 7.5 increased damage, right? You're not getting the optimal execute immediately, but poke champions are given, you know, high AD option with high haste and high lethality that still gives them a tool that is just very valuable for their own survivability and their own damage. It is everything that Yumu's was, except slightly more tailored for their purposes, right? Now, on melee champions, is there going to be much of a value for this? Well, Kha'Zix was the only big user, and obviously it's not useful for him anymore, not the same way. And we'll see why Yumu's is just so outstanding on proper assassins in a moment. But is there anybody else who we should pay attention to here? Somebody who would, like, one of the assassins who is probably more likely to stay in combat than the others. Let's check. One sec. Who have we got? Let's check. Well, Kiana, actually. Yeah, because Kiana is most likely to stall throughout a fight and just keep fighting it out, right? She doesn't have to immediately leave. She can just shroud up. So it could potentially be a decent option on Kiana. I'm going to kind of go down to some of the divers and see if any of our lethality users would be happy with this. It's probably worth at least exploring on Hecarim, even though he's more likely to value the tank mythics anyway because his legendaries are so good. Yeah, if you've got lethality users here, you're most likely to find Duskblade users, right? Hey, there we go. There's Hecarim in there, right? What about J4 with the slight revert to the AD shield? I think he's too Eclipse bound for that, if you're going for a lethality route. Or if you're trying to just hard one-shot somebody, Yumu's is better for that. So, but I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. The point is, and I've now scrolled away from it. The point is, great for poke champions and great for lethality champions who would be purely damage focused, but have like the means to stay in combat for a little bit, right? So, honestly, not a troll item. Is worth talking about a Duskblade versus Yumu's comparison just in case it isn't the solution to all our ranged champions' problems. We might still be stuck in that trap. Oh, wait, we don't have Duskblade versus Yumu's in that sense anymore. It would be Duskblade versus Axiom. Yeah, Duskblade wins that, for sure. Even though Axiom is a haste stick. Yeah, okay, perfect. Yeah, no, Ashe is getting great options. Ashe is getting amazing options. Like, Senna's getting amazing options. Don't get me wrong, Senna's still very Eclipse bound. This isn't the option I'm talking about for Senna, but like, just wait until we get into the support items for her. Right? So, Karibo, I apologize. Prowler's Claw no longer has its dash active. This is really, really detrimental to the combos of certain champions like Pyke, right? This is really detrimental to Renekton and to Rek'Sai. But let's see what everybody else is given. A 3,000 gold item with 55 AD, 15 ability haste, and 15 lethality. So, as a raw lethality stat stick, slightly worse than Axiom, which is concerning. Now, unlike Axiom, it has a useful passive. So, after dashing, blinking, or exiting stealth, your next attack on an enemy champion deals 85 plus 45% AD, halved for ranged. Well, not quite halved, actually. It's just reduced for ranged. And if the owner is melee, the attack also slows by 99% for 0.5 seconds. So, the simplest conclusion to draw from this is it just slots exactly where old Yumu's was, as just your generic follow-up lethality item, right? If you build your mythic, your default damage would be Prowlers after that. Unless you have absurd BC synergy, right? Unless you need Edge of Night, right? unless some, like, so there's now a Prowlers versus Axiom debate rather than a Yumu's versus Axiom debate, which, you know, the default would then be, if it's slotting in exactly, the default would be that Prowlers wins that debate. There is literally nothing more to say than if you can proc this, it's your generic legendary second, right? Callista can activate Sand. Let's go! Is there... It's a 10-second cooldown. Yep, I was about to say, wait, is there a cooldown on this? Because if not, you're unironically cooking, but... Because there is a history of lethality Callista, but we're not going to see it on this tuning. Right. Yumu's Ghostblade becomes a mythic. This is just going to be the mythic that the generic assassin builds. Why? Well, I will explain why. 3,100 gold, 60 AD, 20 A haste, still has the 18 lethality that it did before. Moving generates spectral shards. For each stack, gain 0.4 movement speed up to 40. So you no longer just natively get Haunt, you have to build it up like a DMP. However, at maximum stacks, you gain 8 to 20 lethality. This item grants up to 38 lethality on its own. Name a champion with 38 base armor. You know, like... Or a squishy champion, who would be your priority target. The stacks reset 3 seconds after dealing damage, so which means you still get all of the effects of this item for 3 seconds after entering combat, which makes it much more useful than the pattern of, like, DMP, right? You get good move speed, good target access, absurd lethality, and then you get to use it during your entire burst combo, right? Now... Worth noting that this now reveals to me that if your combat pattern is longer than 3 seconds, that's also probably a condition to go Duskblade, which means, let's say, Shadow Assassin Kayn, right? Do we want Duskblade on him as well? Because he's either taking more than 3 seconds to one-shot you given the duration of his ultimate, or in slower games he's playing for poke of his own, right? W poke through a wall. So that's worth noting, but either way, there's nothing more to say than this is a tremendous stat stick, and if you are a generic basic assassin, like Zed or Talon or something, and your job is to kill one guy, this kills one guy really, really, really well. And that's it. Okay, so assassin itemization really does not change dramatically. It's just this becomes Yumu's, this becomes busted, and this becomes potentially a solution for some ranged champion's woes. And that's pretty nice. This is not nice. We'll have to find a solution for Renekton Rek'Sai. I think it's likely those champions end up being pretty bad for a little bit. Yeah, and the meme of Prowlers on everything is tragically dead. So that Assassin Neela build for solo queue is also not a thing anymore. So Neela very much is a control champion again, defensive control champion. It was an elegant solution to her solo queue woes, but unfortunately Neela will just be more of a situational competitive pick again. So, okay, satisfied with these? I think we're satisfied with these. Let's move into, like, that was easy. We didn't have any, like, you know, like, all of this just slotted into standard lethality really easily, so. Alright. This is the really exciting stuff, right? Marksman took us a while. Supports. So, I am going to skip to Redemption and to Mikhail's. And you'll understand why I'm skipping to them in just a moment. It's going to contextualize a lot of other legendary stuff that we're about to read, okay? Yumu's on Neela, super spooky. 3 seconds of super lethality on her huge ult. Sure. I mean, if you can get into range on it, but the point of the Prowler's build was like, you are just... I mean, it was, you're killing people instantaneously. Can you kill people instantaneously on Yumu's? You know, I'll give it a try. I won't write it off. I think it's probably worth looking into. Okay, so I'm starting the supports item. Ugh. Let me restart this. I need to get better footage for the video, you know. So, we're finally here on support items. These are the exciting things, but I'm not going to go alphabetically for these. It's important that we touch on Redemption first so we can contextualize some of the stuff higher up in the list. Redemption is pretty much unchanged. As a whole, they are trying to make support items a little more affordable so supports can buy more items in a game. Let's take a look at this. 2,300 gold. It now builds out of the new component Chalice of Harmony as well as Forbidden Idol. The health is a little bit higher. Mana regen unchanged. Heal shield power just adjusted. And the actual moment of healing is greater. That's pretty nice, right? It's not significantly greater, but it becomes like, plus 60 and then the heal power amps. 60 on level 18 targets. Nice. Then it also has the Harmony passive, which in the old days of League, when this was here, was really, really, really nice to have. It just made you a lot more durable. Now, Soraka didn't gain any value from this, but the General Enchanter was not unhappy, right? What's missing from this? What's missing is ability haste. There is no ability haste on this at all. Okay, so yeah, everything about Redemption is slightly better, except no ability haste on the most haste-reliant class in the game, right? Let's look at Mikhail's. Mikhail's was secretly broken as hell, right? I would build Mikhail's on Darius in endgame sometimes. Like, Mikhail's, if you had healing and you needed MR, was actually just generically good. So it no longer has MR, so that option for just the miscellaneous tank is no longer there. Rest in peace, Mikhail's Rel, which is a little unfortunate, coupled with her mid-scope, but, having the Chalice of Harmony is actually kind of nice for it again, Harmony passive. The power of the heal is also increased. Heal and shield power, mana regen unchanged, right? It now has health, nice, all that stuff. What's missing? Ability haste. Now, why is it really relevant that I'm pointing out that Redemption and Mikhail's no longer have ability haste on the most haste-reliant class in the game? It's because one of the critical properties of Ardent, one of the critical weaknesses of Ardent, was the lack of haste. Mikhail's and Redemption were relative to Ardent so much better that it's not even funny. Remember, the core issues of Ardent, no haste, 3-wide build path on a role that does have to pick up occasional pinks and that always interferes, and just the concept that damage is usually less relevant to provide to your marksmen when their items are loaded with damage than survivability. But now, keeping in mind that that comparison isn't quite as good, Ardent Sensor, 2,100 gold, right? It's cheaper. There's an Ether Wisp in it. Ether Wisp Forbidden Idol, 2-wide, a 2-wide Ardent. Okay, lower AP, but whatever. Lower mana regen. There's movement speed on it. Okay. Baseline plus 5% attack speed at early levels. Oh goodness, on-hit increased by 10. Now, small amounts of on-hits add up quickly, right? So Ardent no longer has some of the comparison points that make it just objectively garbage. One of its biggest issues is gone. And now the damage is actually kind of high. And number one Ardent hater in the house actually thinks Ardent Sensor is kind of a good item. I unironically think Ardent Sensor has a place and is not bad. The greater context, though, is that AD carries just lost a lot of survivability, right? So the survivability provided by Redemption and Mikhail's are more important, right? But I mean, if your kit is enough, I think it's acceptable to greed for Ardent now. I really do. I really do. Now, because I went out of order on everything, let's talk about Abyssal Mask. And, like, it's kind of funny, right? 2,400 gold. There is lower health, which kind of sucks, but as a raw MR stat stick, 60 MR. Plus, if you're a melee champ, it's most likely that you're actually going to have 70 MR, or 69 MR. Nice, but, it no longer has Eternity, but just to be clear, this is a very, very cheap source of a lot of MR. You have to compare it to Force of Nature, but we're about to see Force of Nature being a weaker option as a whole, right? So Ardent is especially better when supports want to auto-attack a lot with Echoes of Helia anyway. Well, not necessarily auto-attack, but they do want to get their damage off, right? Neela likes lethality on ult. True. Movement speed is great on her. True. Lethality affects the whole ult AoE as opposed to the old Prowler active. Also true, right? But Neil is also fundamentally kind of a DPS champ. That assassin build was just a solution to a solo queue problem. So again, I'm not going to write off what you're saying. I think you have a genuine point. I really do. but I'm going to have to scrutinize it pretty heavily when I get the chance to actually test it out myself. Right. Okay, so now let's go alphabetically. Chalice of Blessing, new component, 900 gold, Ruby Crystal Fairy Charm. Now it has the Harmony passive. It's your source of durability on an enchanter, and it's going to build into a lot of our items. Cool. It's a component, not much to say. It's kind of nice. Also, it wasn't... Oh, it's competing with IE! Duh! Duh! That's really, really not good for Neela. I forgore. My bad. Chemtech Putrefier is still unchanged on its really garbage proc conditions, unfortunately. And the mana regen is lower. The heal shield power is up, which is kind of nice. AP lower, it's cheaper. You know, I'm not going to really write home about this. It's back! Oh, my beloved Athenes, my beloved. This, you wouldn't know it. Like, unless you heard me ranting in our Discord. Especially since I haven't been talking about it and I've been like very low-key leading up to it. But like, this is the greatest day of my life. This is the greatest day of my life. Just, Athene's Unholy Grail was just simply one of the best items for so many enchanters. And now we have effectively the same thing again. Echoes of Helia. 2300 gold, Chalice Bandoglass, 30 AP, 200 health, 15 haste, 125% base mana regen, and this effect, Soul Siphon, dealing damage to an enemy champion grants a soul shard up to 2 max. Healing or shielding an ally consumes all soul shards to heal them and deal magic damage per shard to the nearest enemy champion. You will need to apply damage often to get this, right? A champion like Lulu can pretty much instantaneously gain it from one auto attack, right? If you double tap with your Q, you're probably going to stack it immediately, right? As it before, it disables Harmony, and it grants a very excellent mythic passive for enchanters in Ability Haste, right? This item is fantastic. It is so good. It is so beautiful. As long as you have the means to continually proc everything, it is so good, right? Now, you're going to have to be able to apply your own damage. So we just had a comment about Melio. Unfortunately, Melio is going to really struggle to proc it as the game goes on. Why? Because his burn damage doesn't count as his if it's applied by somebody else. So that's not actually gaining him soul shards. So he's going to have to manually hit somebody with his passive, and that is not an easy ask in the mid game, right? That's not even an easy ask in a lot of lane phase scenarios. Coupled with Melio being one of the best Shurelia's users in the game, I find it hard to find him building that often, right? And Tarek too. Tarek would definitely be a good user of it if he is allowed to stay alive. But you also have to point out that this doesn't heal him, right? So champions that would be amazing with this item, right? Karma was historically a great user. Nami was historically a great user. Senna is actually going to start looking at this because on release, there was like a very niche Athene's Duskblade build, which is going to be nice. Notably, Nidalee is not as happy with this version of the item as she was with old Athene's. So Nidalee is at her best when her enchanter elements are viable, because then the unreliability of her assassin elements are covered for. So now you just have an enchanter with good assassination potential, and that's very compelling. But the old Athenes required Nidalee to hit one spear and then just get a gigantic boost to her heal, while this doesn't do, precisely the same. You have to stay in combat more often, right? Well, inside all-ins, yes, but Melio is a champion who just kind of, he's either taking his enchanter trades, like he's taking enchanter versus enchanter short trades, which are the only conditions under which he can go Spell Thieves, or he's just sitting there holding his cooldowns because it beats everything, right? So, I mean, I would like for Melio to be, this is one of my favorite items ever. I'm so happy it's back, but I don't want to force it onto Melio. Especially when New Moonstone is also here, and he would work a little better. But I'm getting ahead of myself, right? Lux is good with Echoes of Helia. Just genuinely phenomenal item. Ashe could be good with... Ashe is good with Echoes of Helia as long as that Font of Life can be procced by somebody. As long as there are auto-attackers to use this, right? But Ashe also has you know, I'm getting ahead of myself again. God damn. We need to get through the rest of the system before we start theory crafting everything. Otherwise, I'm going to fall into that trap. The point is, Echoes of Helia, very, very good, and I'm so excited to see it. Morgana? Morgana can't proc it often enough because she has to spend her Black Shield to spend her Soul Shards. Right? And spending her Black Shield on that is not very appealing. Right? Okay, Even Shroud. Cheaper, unchanged on pretty much everything. It's using the new Lifewell Pendant component rather than Aegis. That's unchanged. Everything's unchanged. Everything's unchanged, except it's cheaper, and they just wanted to write everything out for some reason. Okay. So how do I put this? Mandate might be the single best item in the game after this. Mandate is no longer a mythic. Its build path now has Bandoglass, Fiendish. It no longer has health, but the AP is better, so the stat profile is better for its best users. And all it lost, really, in that conversion is 30 damage at early levels on Coordinated Fire. So, let's take a look at the implications. You're playing Lux. You're allowed to build Mandate Helia. You're allowed to build Mandate Ludens. My stance on Mandate is already clear. I thought Mandate was just universally better than Ludens on supports if your carry played at your range. So, like, Vel'Koz's Mandate was outstanding, provided that you had a poke partner. If you didn't have a poke partner, he had Night Harvester, which was also better than Ludens in that context, just because the Lost Chapter is a poor component on support, but that's another topic, right? The point is, Mandate was just genuinely outstanding before. But now it's 900 gold cheaper than your Mage Mythics and doesn't lock you out of them, which in support role is absurd. And even outside of support role, the few champions that like Mandate Rylai's, like for example Swain, and like fight regularly alongside their teammates rather than in 1v1s, like... It is so strong on this price point. There is so much damage on this price point. Yuumi, Nami, Lux, Ashe, Vel'Koz, like... There's Zyra burst windows, right, where she'd prefer that. It doesn't lock Zyra out of Liandry's anymore. This doesn't lock Zyra out of Liandry's. Like, can we please appreciate how absurd that is, right? I'm not going to do it today, but long-term, it's genuinely worth exploring Mandate's role in just regular mage itemization. Right? I do not expect it to be a premier item in early builds, because it's not going to beat the pen options on champions who usually fight more on their own, or... but, champions that have to solo lane with lower jungle interference, but I'm afraid. How is Echoes of Helia not the single best item in the game? Because I don't think it creates as many abusive combos. That's pretty much it. I don't think Helia creates as many abusive combos as Mandate. The raw snowball potential of this item... Like, the baseline threat of the game is... technically snowball, right? Although it is harder to execute, it's still the baseline thing you have to answer. It's like, if I want a path to scaling, if I want a path to use all of my defensive strength, I have to fundamentally stifle my opponent. And it might be very easy to do so, but it's still the baseline threat. And anything that makes that threat too excessive, like Herald's tuned in appropriately, Plate's tuned in appropriately, right? Stuff we've seen in the last season, things get out of hand quickly. So Mandate contributes more to that, while Helia is outstanding, genuinely amazing. This is like choosing between your favorite kids, right? You're asking me to choose between my children. It's frankly like it's honestly not even a conversation worth having. Like whether Mandate or Helia is more overpowered. Although I do think it's just yeah, and you can have both. Yeah, you can go Mandate into Helia. Get Mandate for your snowball potential, and then curve into Helia for your full defenses, and boom. You have snowballed your lane very effectively, and now you're a menace in every team fight. Right? So, yeah. Wow. Wow. It's so good. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing exactly what you're seeing with Echoes being an on-hit item. I mean, if your cooldown is like 3 seconds, the cooldown that procs it, like Senna's gonna get a lot of value out of it, but I'm not going out of my way to auto attack people on Karma. Like, okay, but moving on. We have Knight's Vow, which is slightly cheaper. It now has armor, it has slightly less health. The build path is now Life Will Pendant Crystalline Bracer, so that Kindle Gem is gone. The haste is reduced, the health regen is a little lower. The pledge itself is unchanged, and the actual change is redirecting pre-mitigation damage to post... No, changing from post-mitigation to pre-mitigation damage. You redirect pre-mitigation damage, heal for 10% of the damage dealt, which is post-mitigation. If they have less than 30% health, the damage reduction is increased to 20%. Oh, it's making you take pre-mitigation damage now to account for the armor that you have. Okay. So I was about to say, that reads as a nerf, but it's cheaper now, and it still does the same thing, and that's still an appealing thing for it to do, and the stat profile is a little more balanced. It does more things, which is kind of cool. Right? Very cool. Very cool. Lifeful Pendant is now just a component. It gives you some health, it gives you some armor, and it gives you a tiny amount of A haste, so honestly, kind of a compelling component to complete. Like, it's more compelling early than Kindle Gem, and yeah, it lets us build into our mythics. It's kind of neat. Locket is going to 2,300 gold. The build path now has a Lifewell Pendant in it. And since that has a Ruby Crystal in it, we're just going to build... We don't have to do, like, Ruby, Cloth, Null. Okay, well, it's effectively still Ruby, Cloth, Null, like, looking at this more carefully. There's just less haste in the build path. So all of the stats are unchanged. The shielding is going up a little bit, which is nice. And it's still going to be the foundation of our melee support conversations. If Locket is tuned well, Locket is your baseline. Is it still converting the redirected damage as true damage? That's a good point. Let's check out that Knight's Vow interaction. Redirect 10% of pre-mitigation damage as true damage. Yeah, it hurts more. Wait a second. Huh? Hang on. Wait, hang on. Something's up here. So the stat profile is better, but it's now redirecting more damage to you, but it's redirecting true damage, so this doesn't even factor in. Knight's Vow is just killing you a little bit faster. In terms of its raw passive, which is like the point of building it, so... That's weird. I don't know how to feel about that. It's my gut reaction. I guess we'll just have to feel it out to see if it matters. Right? We'll have to feel it out to see if that matters, because I don't want to be too reactionary about this, because Knight's Vow is quite an excellent item. And frankly, your worthy target's probably not going to have much of a difference between their pre-mitigation and post-mitigation damage, are they? Okay, yeah, Locket's still our baseline. Moonstone Renewer. This is very, very changed. So, 2,300 gold, Bandoglass Kindle Gem. AP is a little bit lower, health unchanged, A haste unchanged, base mana regen changed. But Starlit Grace is a different ability, right? Healing or shielding an ally, chains to the nearest ally champion, excluding yourself. Healing for 20 to 35% based on ally target's level, or shielding 30 to 40% of the original amount. It also empowers your legendaries with 5 ability haste, so, you know, choosing between Moonstone and Echoes is not going to lock you out of a very, very good mythic passive. So it is what it is, right? This, relative to Echoes, is going to be better on champions who just, like, absolutely spamming, their cooldowns, right? So the only champions who are going to, like, giga default to this are over Echoes in, like, every situation are going to be, like, Soraka, Sona. There was one other that I had in mind, and I've, like, completely allowed them to slip my mind. But basically champions like that. Champions who are just absolutely dumping, like, continual sustained healing and shielding, right? They're saying Moonstone is a safer chain healing item, whereas Echoes is for when you want to fight and provide more damage. So this point is, you know, also technically true. If you are playing a champion who would value Echoes of Helia, but you are for some reason in a match where you know you are never going to be able to actually damage the enemy, then you are on either Shurelya's or Moonstone instead, right? No, Sona becomes... No, I wouldn't go Echoes of Helia on Sona. You're not... I think the fundamental disconnect we're having here is that a lot of the champions that you're mentioning here have to put themselves at, like, much higher risk than is acceptable to, like, continually proc that Echoes of Helia, right? So what would you rather have? Would you, like, the circumstances where Sona... Hold on. Let me just check something out. Let me check something out. Oops. We are going to check to see if they remembered to deal with some abusive interactions. So actually, let's be fair about this and pick Sona.
What masterpiece shall we play today?
So Sona's fundamentally not a champion who you're playing to do damage. She's not a champion who's playing for direct combat with the enemy. She's a champion who has absolute boatloads of scaling utility, and you pick her to be a neutralized control threat, right? So Echoes of Helia doesn't support that game plan fundamentally.
Curtains up. I'm ready.
We're just gonna, like, full max this, grab myself my Moonstone Renewer, and we're going to see if the interaction is in fact very abusive. So, wait, hang on. Those are enemies. What am I? So you see the chain there, right? See the chain, see the chain. Now let's test something. Oh, that's also an enemy.
In unison.
Uh-oh.
A wrong note is just...
Yeah, do you see the slight blue around them? Yep. Every single instance of that heal or shield is causing a chain effect, exactly as I expected.
You're doing
This is why you do not build Echoes of Helia on Sona.
Minions have spawned.
Because eventually, I mean, I don't even have my haste passive stacked at all, right?
encore.
It's easier for me to just show than attempt to explain, right?
Everything in harmony. A duet.
So what I expect Moonstone to be, like, probably the most situational. The state that the state that Enchanter Mythics are in now is you have one generalist item that everybody can proc. That's Shurelya's. And then you have Echoes of Helia, which is going to be really amazing for any form of combat. And then you have Moonstone Renewer, which is going to be really amazing for those few champions who are just, like, really outputting a ton of healing and shielding, right? Now, even on something like Yumi, right? Echoes of Helia is going to be really amazing in most cases, but you could also potentially find a situation where Shirelia's happens to be more valuable, and I don't know why I'm trying to scroll up to Shirelia's when it's not in these patch notes. Or if it was, and it is, it's down, like... But yeah, so we will have a per game decision to make. Just remember, even on the Helia champions, there will be situations in which you can't hit. On the Moonstone champions, you're always going Moonstone. On the champions who can use Moonstone, but you're not on the champions who can use Moonstone, but you're not like just dumping out heals and shields like 24/7. You'll probably find options, but we'll be defaulting more to Shirelias and stuff. I don't know, but like I like the idea of us having creative options, but some champions just pick one of them, right? Like that's fine. That's nice. It's nice to have more options now that Mandate is not taking up an Enchanter Mythic slot when it realistically wasn't like an Enchanter Mythic, right? So this is quite good. This is quite good, and I love it. And of course, we still have this, which is baseline quite good, but often it'll get choked out as soon as one of the other options is overpowered, right? Radiant Virtue. So they have put us into an interesting situation, right? 2,700 gold. It is an Aegis. It is technically a greedy option, but it's still well within the realm of affordability for supports, right? The health is a little lower, but the armor, MR are unchanged. The haste is a little lower. You are transcending for less HP, right? 12.5% rather than 15. You are healing for 2.5% of your maximum health instead of 3%. Okay, so I misread this. I thought they were increasing the healing amount. Instead, they're just making Radiant Virtue cheaper, and it scales slightly worse with other items. So, in that case, my expectation will be that Radiant Virtue is simply still too greedy. The value of Radiant Virtue is personal durability. The output is not better than Locket if you are not a champion who's getting a lot of stats, right? So on supports, you are gaining generally more value from Locket. Unless, for some reason, the greedy value of this is something that is appealing to you. So, for example, on Rel, that's true. Yeah, I thought we were... when I misread this, I thought we were just transitioning to a Radiant Virtue better than Locket always situation again, like it was when it first released. But since we're not in that case, I don't really want to see a lot of Radiant on support. Yeah. Okay. Apparently Rakan is building Radiant in most games at the moment. Well, you should have seen the reaction to my TikTok in which I made pretty much this exact argument. People did not like that. A lot of people are just under the impression that Radiant just does more always when it doesn't. So that would definitely account for some of the pick rate. Right? We've been over Redemption. Here's Shirelia's, which is unchanged pretty much always, right? Motivate is slightly weaker. Okay. And the AP is slightly lower, and it's also cheaper. Cool. You're still building this, like, as your default until one of the other options are overpowered, right? It took me a while to transition into building Shirelias sometimes because I just assumed it was... I mean, it's a way for solo queue enchanters to buy themselves agency, which is really valuable, right? But, I mean, I was always under the impression that Shirelias is just so much weaker than Moonstone, and I had failed to account for the fact that Moonstone was reasonable, brought in line, and then what Shirelias offers isn't weak. It's just fine. It's just nice. It's just good, right? So... not really changing anything. Okay, Staff of Flowing Water. It now costs 2,100 gold, just like Ardent, which is insane. It's now also too wide, so it had the same problem. That's solved. The AP is 15 lower. The mana regen is down. The movement speed, there's now a movement speed. And it now grants 5 extra AP at early levels. Okay. So although Ardent got quite a bit of extra value, I do not think the same is true for Staff of Flowing Water. Why? Because Staff of Flowing Water was already always like the greedy AP option. And like Staff and Ardent both had the issue with kind of being a little bit bad. But this was greedier, and now losing the greedy stats and gaining in exchange 5, you know, minus 15 plus 5, do the math. I don't think this movement speed compensates. I can't believe I'm saying this, given #1 Ardent hater. I think we're absolutely in a world where Ardent is just universally a better option than Staff of Flowing Water. Right? Which, wild, but I would probably only build this item if you have run out of other items to build. Which feels bad. I think there's some Font of Life weird abuse cases that are a little underexplored, but it's so expensive, not in terms of cost, just in terms of the level of investment it takes to get consistent value out of this, especially since the proccing spell doesn't gain value from the ability haste, which is what you would really value as an enchanter, especially since, you know, if you're Melio especially, and you hit your E on somebody, it's very easy to miss the window where the haste matters, and blech. Seems fine, yeah, but I mean, the item was already like borderline terrible. I only considered it not borderline terrible. I only considered it not terrible because it was better than Ardent, in my opinion. But as time went on, I started reassessing my opinion more and more and more, and I'm just not feeling it. Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons I thought Flowing Water was better is because it was greedier, it was better for me, and then most champions have some AP ratios that they can benefit from when I dump this on them, right? But the reality is that... Well, hang on, let me double check this. Let me think. No, the order of operations is apply ability, receive ability, haste, so your ability never profits from that. So yeah, it's just that that clunky interaction there kind of just kills most of the value that this item would be giving you. So I think Flowing Water is actually pretty bad for the most part, which is tragic because there was a time when it was just so good. Oh well. Watchful Wardstone now just does more initially, right? Watchful Wardstone can only be purchased after completing your support quest. Wait, really? So what's the difference? Oh, you have to upgrade manually. Okay. So Watchful Wardstone costs 1,100 gold. Pretty much everything's unchanged. It now has base mana regen, and it now has some of Blessing of Ishtal. It now has 8%, whereas original Vigilant had 12. So it's a little bit weaker initially. And they're trying to make you spend more gold to get all of it because supports are spending less gold as a whole. So, Vigilant was changed from an auto upgrade. You now have to spend 1,200 gold to get it. It has... Hang on, let me just double check, because this says... This does not say unchanged. Vigilant Wardstone. Okay, well that's the... And I'm logged into PvE, so I can't even... The most important part is that well, it's now called Chosen of Ishtal. It's now a 20% increase, rather than a 12%. So it's, you know, even better. Big increase to your haste, AP, AD, bonus health. Nice. I mean, I'm going to be building Wardstone anyway. I encourage you to do the same at like the actual end of the game. It's just when do we ever get to the actual end of the game? Like it was never bad, but now it's better. Nice. Do I ever build Zonya's or Cosmic? Ooh, look at you, like, skipping ahead on the conversation that we had the other day in my Discord. I think it's worth talking about that in just a moment. I'm going to go through Zeke's first. And then, yeah, no, so you're ahead of the curve. So, Zeke's is 200 gold cheaper. It builds out of a life well pendant now. The health is a little lower, mana unchanged, armor up, ability haste down, accomplice is unchanged, and convergence is unchanged. Alright, so, I mean, I would still rather have... I mean, if Knight's Vow isn't gutted, which I doubt it is, I would still rather have a Knight's Vow. I would rather have selfish durability. I would rather have items with just more appealing effects, right? I would rather have Frozen Hearts. I think they will do improvements on this item later. You know, this is still my general philosophy where I do not care about this additional damage. Like, granted, it is a lot of on-hit damage. It really is. Give me a sec. Hang on. I might have been missing something for like 6 months. No, I'm not missing anything. What I've realized I'm missing is that Leona is obligated to build this to have relevance. Everybody else either has enough damage or the util is better. Yeah, okay. So, no, I mean, I still think Zeke's is generally... Thank you for recognizing exactly the way I was stupid. I appreciate you. Oh my god, we're not even close. Mobilizing enemy chambers works for 8 seconds to accomplish space. Convergence steals default. Yeah, this should be cleaned up on explanation, right? Boo. Ah! I should get some wiki editing privileges and just kind of clean that up a little bit. Okay. Yeah, because I was reading this and I'm like, wait a minute, have I been missing anything? Yeah, no. The reason it's irrelevant is because this is a one-time proc. And now that we have had that bit clarified and I haven't been missing something for a very long time, yeah, I'd rather have personal durability. I'd rather have utility that matters. I'd rather have anything that isn't just the worst damage ever. And this doesn't solve that. Do we need to investigate this a little bit more? I don't want to have to. I can't even test it in practice tool. Yeah, per unique attack, per unique ability, you have to, like, Leona could proc it once on the E, once on the Q, once on the R. Oh, it still does. That's unchanged. Right. Aatrox support is a little... I mean, there was a niche for it, right? Like, Even Shroud Samira lanes. But not very compelling. So, let's talk about all of this, right? In the context of Enchanter itemization. First of all, outside of Enchanter, Mandate, broken, right? But in terms of actual Enchanters, right? Redemption and Mikhail's are slightly better in their actual effects. But the haste is pretty gone from the system. All of the haste is on the Mythics, right? All of the haste is on Mythic passives. So we still are getting some. So then that does beg the question, is Cosmic Drive a real option? Because Cosmic is a massive stat stick of 30 haste on the most haste-reliant class of the game, right? And it gives us heavy amounts of AP. It does cost 3,000 gold, but the build path is comfortable, and we've established that supports can afford expensive items if it is simply the best option, right? So, if your champion does not have the AP ratios to capitalize on it, I don't think spending 3,000 gold on that haste is worth it. I mean, we're still going to be spending 950 gold on our 20 haste on Lucidity boots, even if we're playing Yuumi, right? But... yeah, low ratios, not worth it. On champions like Karma, it can be worth it, especially if it's following something like Mandate and you're deciding to be playing some, like, Giga damage build, right? Yeah, we've established that Cosmic is very good on utility champions as a whole, especially when they're farming. It's an amazing item on Seraphine. It can be an amazing item on Rakan with his absurd ratios. Do any enchanters actually have the ratios necessary? Let's just take a peek. You could maybe make an argument for Lulu late in her build. Sona gets so much haste that it would start to be a little redundant. I don't know. We will investigate Cosmic Drive in Standard Enchanter itemization. It would still be good if you are not an enchanter who has a lot of healing. It would be noticeably better, right? Because you don't need the healing and shielding power. It's still hard to compete against Redemption's active. It's still hard to compete against Mikhail's active when it is necessary to build those items, right? Redemption remains our generalist after our mythic, most likely. But certain champions will find conditions in which they can fight. 8 seconds of on-hit for landing CC is amazing, but that's not what it is. You get 1 attack with an on-hit per spellcast, right? Okay. Chat, we're confusing me now. We have to test this manually. Because, yeah, we gotta test this manually. Look, if it is exactly as written, right? Then this item's fucking broken. But since it's been established that this item is like dog shit, then that clearly cannot be how this works. So... no, the effect hasn't changed. The effect is completely unchanged in this update, right? Like 30 to 70 on-hit damage is a lot of damage. So let's just... maybe we need to verify, right? Which ones? Bonus damage is accredited. Convergence's missile will not fire if the enemy is targetable. The attack is dodged or missed while the accomplice is blinded. The missile fires if blocked. Convergence can only trigger once per unique attack or ability cast. Which refers to the holder of Zeke's. Right? No. Oh, do we have to do this now? I don't want to do this now in the middle of this patch rundown. Fuck. We have to do this now. We have to do this now. Wait, but how do I test this? Okay, hang on. Oh, shit. I know. I know how to do this. Scoreboards. Actually, how do I, I need, open his query. Actually, hang on. Now that I have this, remove that. Actually, hang on. I need that for the preload. No, I have to sort by champion. Who is a champion who... oh, night mode. I didn't even notice. That's really great. Clicked that by accident, but I'm super happy I did. Nautilus. Let's pick Nautilus. Match history. Open his query. Can't do custom... I mean, I don't want to sit through a custom game. Item. Zeke's. Ah! Wait, hang on. Let me check something. Something that a lot of Nautiluses will have. Relic Shield. I'm just trying to get the name of Tier 3 Relic Shield, which I always forget. Targon's Buckler. It's Bulwark of the Mountain. So if I search Bulwark, is it going to find anything? This is too important for us to not do right now, and I apologize that it's not part of the patch rundown, but if I've missed something this critically important, we must know immediately. Right. Okay, so if I search Bulwark of the Mountain... Is that going to find anything? Yes, so I have to type in specifically Zeke's Convergence. Hi Prisma, we're most of the way through the patch note rundown, but there is a Zeke's just the way that Zeke's works has been called into question, and I'm getting conflicting information from multiple members of chat, and I must confirm it myself. If it did work it should, yeah, right? Like, it would be fucking broken if it worked that way. Okay, we have a VOD from LD. I want to find... Okay, what's the best source for me? LCS Spring Boost. What the fuck do you mean there's no VOD for LCS Spring? Huh? 100 Thieves versus CLG? How is there no VOD? Where did the VODs go? Okay, sort by VOD. LDL, LLA, LJL. Sure, LJL is Bloodthirsty. Let's find a game. We need to find a game where Nautilus has finished it, or like a fight where Nautilus has finished the Zeeks. That's a replay. We don't want a replay. And just confirm visually that he has Zeeks before we get into this fight, please. Yes, he does. Okay.
アクシスの動きはバロン方向に向いてますね。これドラゴンを取っているのが分かっているので、バロンラッシュ。バロン取りたい。いや、初め確かその動きは全てワードによって見えている。カイサがね、もうマナないですから帰るしかなくて。戦うことはできないですね、フェンネル。
Okay, watch the Nautilus. Watch the Nautilus. Wait, we're not even gonna see numbers visually, are we? Wait, there wasn't even a thing that happened. The replay was when? Okay, whatever.
まずここですよね。リキャップ選手の姿を隠せるというのがもうバロンを選択する優位性だということで、ただここ直前で気づいたんですよね。ただその兄に対してポゲット選手がアルティメットを使ってしまったことによって、
Okay, Nautilus hasn't hit anything yet. Well, he hit, no, hold on, he hit one. He procced Aftershock. I guess he got his root off, but no one connected afterwards. Okay. The play occurs here. I think they're just getting dumpstered. It's so hard to see them hitting Rakan. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get any info from a... Okay. Okay, let me just record a segment then. We'll have to solve this later. Okay. So my knowledge of Zeeks has been called into question after reading this. My understanding is that Zeeks is just an appalling item. Why? Because even though this on-hit value looks appealing, very high, right? That is an incredible on-hit value. We had previously assessed the personal durability and the utility of other items to be greater, especially since, you know, our understanding was that this applied once per spellcast of the Zeke's applicator, right? Leona Qs you get one instance of this damage. You don't just get to keep doing this level of on-hit for 8 seconds, because that would have been an absurd amount of damage, and we would have noticed that by now, right? I can see an extra project. Oh, fucking... Okay, hang on. Let's look very carefully. Look for the Zeke's projectile. Someone help me point it. Oh. Let's find a clearer fight, too, then. Game is over. Corporal's dead.
バロン獲得はドラゴンと選手の姿を隠せるというのがもうバロンを選択する優位性だったと。 いうことで、ただこう
Okay, so we have to watch actually
そ
Kaisa.
の兄に対して
We have to watch Kaisa.
ことによってちょっと陣形を保つことが難しかった。ただ一方で
I was watching not incorrectly.
使ったので、ここからアクシス判定あるかと思ったんですけど、
Okay, let's watch.
のこのオールインに対して
There's the Zeke's projectile. She hits another target. No second Zeke's projectile. There's one. There's an orange one. Look carefully. Look for the orange ones, okay? There's the orange one. Going on to Hoglets. What champ is that? That was definitely Kaisa auto-attacking Vi. Look. Let's count them carefully, okay? Especially in this instance. Nautilus has blown all his CC. So there's an orange going on to Rakan. Hang on, I lost track of Kaisa for some reason. So Kaisa's going to start hitting Renekton a ton. Okay, this is the best opportunity. There's one onto Renekton right there. Is she hitting Renekton again? Oh my god. That is how it works. Nautilus is dead. She got 2 off on those auto attacks on Renekton. That is how it works. I don't know. Well, let's look more carefully then, right? At level 10, it's already 50 on hit. Bonus magic damage. Oh! Okay, hang on. I'm gonna go to the washroom to make sure my epiphany is fine, right? I'm gonna go to the washroom to just make sure I am correct, okay? Because I think I just figured it out. Let me verify before I run my mouth. Yeah. I've got it. So yes, the argument against it was the exact same as Ardent. You're correct, Zeknil. However, we then noticed, it's like, wait a minute, this value is actually absurd. And if the value is actually absurd, then that argument goes away, because excessive damage is always worth it, right? If you're just dealing this much additional damage, like, oh, except it procs on immobilizing an enemy, and who builds these champions? Very offensive vanguards. The rationale, the part that we're missing, is if you're hooking an enemy like this, regardless of this extra damage, they're probably dead anyway. Therefore, even though this would appear to be very high on-hit damage, it's not creating anything new. The only time this would come into play is against other frontliners at the end of a one team fight, because you don't want to be spending your CC on the other frontliners. So yes, so it's good in Wombo. Just like Even Shroud, Zeke's is good in Wombo situations. As long as you can dump a bunch of effects, not just one. Because you know, but even in Wombo, if you are dumping your AoE spell followed by another AoE spell followed by another AoE spell, that's only 2 procs of each of these. Like, that's only 2 procs of this on each target, right? So, Zeke's deals outstanding damage, but it deals outstanding damage primarily in context in which that damage isn't even necessary. That's the so now we understand, yes, this is an amazing on-hit effect. Yes, there are circumstances for Zeke's. Yes, it's better than I thought it was. I really thought it was genuinely awful. And I am wrong. It is not genuinely awful. But it's just redundant in a lot of cases. That's the problem. So let me actually wrap this up. We just had a long conversation about Zeke's because it was revealed that my understanding of the item was wrong. It is better than I thought it was, but it is worse than I then thought it was after realizing it was better, right? So, that's going to be way too confusing to people in the video. So, we just had a long conversation about Zeke's, which has historically been a pretty poor item, mainly because I recognized that it was better than I thought it was. That said, the changes don't really change that niche at all, right? It is a cheaper item, the health is lower, the armor is higher, the haste is lower, the mana unchanged, you still pick a conduit, and you still have an unchanged convergence effect. The thing that psyched me out was like, wait, that's a very big on-hit. Can this item really be bad? Yes, because a lot of the times in the spaces where you're applying this, you're immobilizing somebody, so either that guy's going to be dead anyway, the damage is a little bit redundant, or you're spending your CC on a fellow frontliner who you probably shouldn't be CCing unless the fight's already won, in which case Zeke's doesn't matter. That said, it means that Zeke's has a Wombo niche. That said, it means that against particularly durable comps, it can maybe be worth it, right? But generally, the value of a Frozen Heart or a Knight's Vow or of a utility item like that, of Redemption, is greater. It's a similar argument to why Ardent was bad until, you know, Ardent just got buffed and is better relative to its competitors. But Zeke's is not better relative to its competitors just yet. And so ultimately, that won't change. Still, has more of a place than I accepted, but this patch changes none of that. Chat, thank you very much for prompting that study. I'm very grateful. I appreciate you a lot. I built my understanding, and that is an important bit of understanding to build. So, I appreciate you guys. Alright, let's speed through the small items. Okay, Sunderer damage is just going up. They want it to be less of a tank counter in lane. And they are also reducing the max health damage. So it's now plus 35% base AD and minus 2% target maximum health. Okay. In the context of bruiser itemization, right? Competitors are like Gore Drinker, competitors are Trinity. Oh, right. We have to do Trinity versus Sunderer math. Yeah. Yeah. It is Sunderer. Sunderer is a good item, but we have to do the Trinity math again. Fimbulwinter. The shield no longer consumes the user's mana. Quite nice. It's still just a raw health item in a system with better raw health options, right? Unless KV is a little worse. But Fimbulwinter's hard to stack in lane. It just... Tanks are already so weak in Season 13 in lane. You are so component heavy. We're probably not going back to Fimbulwinter. Force of Nature. This factors into the Abyssal Mask thing. It now costs 2,800 gold. The health is higher. The MR is lower. It takes longer to get to maximum stacks, and it no longer gives magic damage reduction, just bonus MR. You are paying for 90 magic resist and some high health, right? But this, for quite a lot cheaper, grants pretty much the same MR, right? Actually has a little more of an effect. So, I mean, Fawn is no longer universally just the best raw magic resist option, right? I think Abyssal Mask will end up taking its place to a certain degree. How much does this cost now, exactly? Well, the difference in price is only 100, like, it's 400 gold between those two items. Fawn does still have more health. So ultimately, this is still more of a one-stop shop. It still encompasses more of your tank stats at a 400 gold difference, which is potentially compelling. Remember that expected case, Abyssal Mask is 69 MR, not 60. I still lean slightly towards Abyssal Mask. How fast can Fawn be stacked? Well, technically, if you eat a Malzahar E almost instantaneously, but you have to take 10 instances of magic damage, which is a lot. Gore Drinker is being slightly decreased in price, and some of its awful mythic passive is being adjusted, so it's a less awful mythic passive. It's actually not that bad. Remember, we were complaining that its mythic passive was split between two stats, that it lost a lot of its haste. I don't think we really changed any of our opinions on this. Yeah. Hullbreaker, it is slightly buffed. It's receiving a new build path containing a winged moonplate, so it'll now grant some movement speed, and it'll grant you attack damage. I mean, in the very rare conditions where Hullbreaker is actually what you want to build, that'll feel kind of nice. LDR, it now increases physical and magic damage to compensate for the introduction of magic damage in marksman items. So it now adds to, you know, your energizer effects, your on-hit effects. Cool. It just lets it fit into the system a little more. Lost Chapter now costs 1100, so that mages get an earlier spike. That's potent. Solo queue mages have been struggling a little bit, but pro play mages are definitely better. Competitive mages as a whole, even just regular amateur play, are usually a little bit more consistent. Not universally, you can play whatever you want in amateur play, but yeah, Lost Chapter. Cool. Maw of Malmortius, the cooldown is going up, the lifeline shield duration is down. Wow, that's a bit of an undeserved nerf, no? Rabadon's Death Cap just does more. Sterix did not need tenacity, but here it is. Sterix is good. Please build Sterix. Stridebreaker AD a little bit up. What was my Stridebreaker versus Gore Drinker conversation here? It's a hyper-situational mythic for only core users who exploit its attack speed and utility. To gain greater value from Stride than Gore, the 20% attack speed, 40% slow, and 20 movement speed must outperform Omnivamp and a heal. So it can only gain value on champions who gain critical burst damage from attack speed, and who already have alternate defenses. That said, the 10 AD would then be assessed as basically a burst damage change in that context, and so it depends on the champion's total AD ratios whether that actually would be a meaningful patch, because we're now using our regular patch note fundamentals. If it gives you 40 burst damage, it does actually matter. So someone check Garen, I guess. Yeah, actually check Garen. This 10 AD might actually translate to some disgusting burst damage on Garen now that I think about it. Let's have Crystal into Lost Chapters easier. Yeah, it is. Okay, Trinity Force is just gaining a little bit of raw attack speed, a little bit of raw AD, and the threefold strike duration is going up to 5 seconds. Now, threefold strike was good. But it took a long time for it to outdamage Sunderer, and then you still had Sunderer's heal, which was far better than it, because there was a period before 12-13, I think, where Trinity could win the debate fairly often. But then Sunderer just became universally better, and I would expect to see Sunderer remain at that spot, unfortunately, with these numbers changes. Yeah. No, because okay, hold on, let me check. Okay. We need to check this. Divine Sunderer is now 160% base AD. Healing and damage. Hang on, let me just verify that I'm changing the right formula. This is not enough for Trinity. Oh, no, it is enough for Trinity. Trinity as is already better than Sunderer as in the general case. Trinity Ezreal is totally fine if you're able to very regularly auto-attack and have to deal with squishy targets. It's just that when you can't auto-attack, the Essence Reaver burst damage Ezreal is quite a lot better. Like Essence Reaver into the Mythicless core annihilates squishies, right? Ezreal is one of the few champions who actually still can use Trinity. Well, it's never going to be generically better than ER. You have to create conditions for it, right? Okay, 160% base AD. The healing is 88% base AD, so... Wait, what did I do? This is clearly the healing. This is the damage. Okay. 160. When did that get changed? 88% base AD plus 2.2. And then the healing is, yeah, 0.4. I'll leave it as is. Outdated. Okay. So now let's give ourselves a more reasonable BAD. I mean, let's just give ourselves like 90 BAD. Is that reasonable? Fiora. Where's Fiora? Fiora level 9. Let's do. Like... Fiora level 9 has... Yeah, 90. Alright, we're doing Fiora. Beautiful. So... on targets that have 900 health, that's where Sunderer starts to outperform until Trinity stacks, and then it's better against targets that have 1800 health. And then the heal... Yeah, okay, we're still building Trinity. Or, sorry, we're still building Sunderer. Fiora is a bad example because she wouldn't gain a lot of value from, like, all of the attack speed. She's still kind of a half-cast... She's more of an auto-attacker than some of the others, but, like... Okay, yeah, sure enough... Sure enough, the Spellblade is just not compelling enough, so... We're not going back to Trinity. You like Triforce on Camille into pretty squishy teams, since well, if you're able to use the attack speed, sure. I just kind of find it hard to justify. Alright, and if all of that wasn't enough, we have fundamental strategic changes. So... mana regeneration in the fountain is going up. This means you have to wait less time to get full mana. That's just going to be a nice quality of life. They're trying to equalize the gap between resourceless and resourced champions. Nice. We don't have to think too much about that. Home guard timer. As soon as plates are down, home guard is active. This is going to create more of a divide in the middle lane phase and the late lane phase. Because the late lane phase is only the period in which the lane phase should be ending. Post 14 minutes, right? So... I can't foresee exactly how we'll have to deal with that. It does mean the lane phase is probably going to end, though, very quickly, right? Blast Cone spawn times, the initial spawn over the river walls, right, is now 9 minutes. Now, which ones are those? Which ones are those? Is that into the pits? Hold on. Someone show me. I'm gonna walk there. You're gonna nod yes or no, okay? We're gonna pick a random champion. I'm playing Jace now, apparently. So the blast cones over the river walls. I think that's the one, like, the one kind of near-ish Gromp entrance, right? It's that one? Oh boy, lethal tempo Jace. Someone give me Jace Jungle. Wild Rift players are allowed to have that. Like this one, right? It's this one, right? That's really significant for gank potential. And this one, too. Okay. So if we're pretty sure it's that one, I mean, could it also be this one? It's probably not this one, right? It's definitely not this one, which is already spawning. I suppose it could be this one. Yeah, and it spawns later, so it is harder for junglers to gank around vision. Because just the options that they have for getting over here are not as good. Now, it was pretty trivially easy to pop these anyway, so you just have a little less of a chore to do, but that does matter. Going to 9 minutes, ouch. Minions. So this is a really, really, really big change, right? Short cooldown dash access, yes. Short cooldown dashes. If you have to spend a long cooldown, sucks to wait in that bush. So, obviously the fundamental way to play macro, as you started to learn how to play as a team, was to use your mid laner's prio to move to side lanes, right? Like, that was the most basic way to play a lot of common roaming mids. Except for the first spawn, mid lane minions will now meet at the same time as side lanes, so those speed up. This falls off after 14 minutes. This creates more of a divide between the middle and the late lane phase. It is now harder for your mid lane. I mean, it's really hard for me to assess the impact of this exactly because, quite frankly, my team did not play at a level where we were actually capitalizing on minion behaviors properly. We were not setting up dives properly. We were not good. Not at that level. So it's hard for me to imagine because I'm just imagining, like, you know, impulsive dive setups where it's like the mid laner pushes from neutral and makes it there. Like you can still obviously set up a play where the mid laner crashes first, right? It'll just require... It'll be a little more telegraphed. It is really difficult for me to foresee the impact of these changes right away. But the people at the top are talking about how this will make it much harder to generate 4-man dives on the bot lane. And there is talk of this just dramatically slowing down the game and favoring scaling. Just because, like, you know, how does Galio set up his dives perfectly? Like, Talia gets worse quality roams, right? Like, if all is neutral, the enemy has to screw up to expose themselves to a roam. So... Which bit's here? Ivern changes? No, the Ivern changes are not on this patch. I liked some of the Ivern changes. I liked the Q. I didn't mind Daisy getting her on hits for reduced AD. The nerf to passive sucked. The nerf to shield values sucked. The E on range champs was kind of cool, I guess, but yeah, they were alright. It just wasn't exciting. Basically, it made Ivern worse at the things he was good at in exchange for just some extra properties that didn't really change every game. So he just became pickable every game, but generically weaker, right? Oh yeah, I want the auto attack range buffs to go through, but I think that would be really helpful. But Ivern players don't necessarily want their champion to be only support role. Oh, and the bushes going away instantly was so bad. Like, ugh! That was the worst change. So yeah, no Ivern changes, but... Okay, but let's talk about this, right? It is hard for me to visualize all of the game states where this would matter, just simply because I'm not in a position where I can set up dives super effectively. It's not perfectly within my skill set, right? But the people at the top are saying this is likely to slow down the game because obviously if mid laners have less time to set up their roams and are more easily punished, then it's just harder to play for side lanes in the early game. The jungler just becomes the champion with more agency, but even them with the blast cone, it's harder. So like they're trying to... I don't love it when they keep making changes that just makes lanes more dependent on only themselves and limits interaction. But so be it, right? And yes, minions will ignore call for help chant signals to target enemy champions. So when somebody fights back on a dive, your minions will not target them. You must fight them raw, right? It will still be possible to dive, especially in unskilled levels of play, where waves are just inherently not set up as well, right? But I'm very curious to see if this actually does shift top level more towards scaling, and if it makes it harder for passive amateur teams to be punished, right? I think we are going to have to kind of wait to see how it plays out, expecting that roaming from mid lane is harder. I'm sorry, but this change is just too sweeping to look at the text and know how it's going to play out. We must get experience. Right. Okay, turrets. Champion damage to turrets. Instead of just taking whichever was higher, they now deal their total AD plus 60% of their AP. They get both. So hybrids are not as unhappy with that. Yeah, that's just a small tower damage increase to, like, specifically hybrid Varus, right? Yeah. Turret plating. The plate rushdown resistances. As soon as you take a plate, the baseline resistance increase is quite a lot higher. Is that just 45 across the board? Yeah, that's increased at 45 all ranks. All ranks. No, 45 all number of champions. Right. So that gets a little bit excessive. It shouldn't affect small wins where one plate is taken, but should help you avoid losing your entire tower to a single push or rotation. Sure, I mean, it won't impact Herald at all. It'll just impact, like, Aphelios red-white rushdowns, and, like, that's pretty much it, right? Yeah. Okay. And, you know, as much as I said I strongly dislike more difficult interaction between lanes, at the very least, top laners are allowed to contribute to the lane phase a little bit more. So Unleashed Teleport cooldown is now scaling from 330 to 240. They're trying to make the cooldown a little more punishing as it comes online right away, but Unleashed at 10, I welcome this. Now, if you did not play last time top laners were allowed to teleport to bot lane, remember this, okay? When the enemy has push and they actually successfully crash into your turret, chances are they will have probably set up a ward, like, in your most distant bush, right? They can only set up TP wards onto you if they ever achieve push. So that's when you need to be alert. Now, we have trinket changes, right? Oracle Lens has 2 charges, which is a big deal, and the charge recharge time is going up, and yada yada, duration down, and, you know, so if you're actively hitting a ward, your team now gains vision of the ward, so you can, that's actually pretty good. That's pretty nice, right? Oracle, like, the moment of Oracle is a little bit weaker. It now has 2 charges. That said, you can use one of these charges to clear out TP wards for Unleashed Teleport, right? That's what you have to watch out for. Please be deliberate with playing around Teleport during middle to late laning phase. Okay. As for how I actually feel about these Oracle changes, I mean, you're going to have to spend both of these anyway to sweep out an entire river, so it's a little worse at that, for sure. You're probably going to have to buy an extra pink or 2 from time to time, and, like, given that the charge recharge time is up, right? It's harder to clear out vision. Although, it's easier to clear out multiple small pockets of vision. So, some ebb and flow there. Farsight will now provide vision over walls. Farsight will ping champions. Upon detecting an enemy champion for the first time, Farsight will ping the enemy champion, expand its radius to 800 units, and then self-destruct. What?! Okay, no more infinite Farsight. They don't just stay there forever until cleared out. That is funny as hell. How do I feel about that? Most of the impactful Farsights were placed in a moment anyway. You didn't really need them to sit anyway, so I suppose that's it, right? And that is it, everybody. That is the massive, massive, massive patch. My goodness. Again, as I said at the beginning, don't immediately cycle out all your champion pools. The thing I'm most concerned about strategically is if your mid lane pool is very roam heavy. Even so, don't cycle it out right away. Just kind of take a peek at how the game is playing out. Have some time to experiment. You guys should be spending, like, at least a week, if not 2, if not the entire duration of the patch, right? Just getting used to how this game has changed and how it impacts your champions. And then once you're sure you have a solid idea, then you can start thinking about any potential champ pool cycling. Maybe something you used to play is quite a lot stronger and you'd like to bring it back. Sure. Maybe the way that you play is just not very favored and like you and your team can't make it work very well anymore, right? Then you would do some cycling and you would try to do some soul searching, find something new, right? But please don't cycle before you know for sure how this is playing out, right? Darky, okay, I'm sorry. I've been talking to you all night and I cannot pronounce your name. So, Dark, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your time with us. I'm sorry your alert didn't go off. Yeah, so assassins we don't have to change very much. Supports, cool. Yeah, okay. I'm pretty comfortable in marksman. Cool. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. I love systemic changes. But like this, dude, this is crazy. If it turns out that we don't like this and it just ruins the game, I have faith that they'll revert it, right? I mean, this season has been all about going back to the things that worked that didn't really need to be gotten rid of. So, you know, have a little faith in the team. They want to try something. I heard Whippo saying, like, exactly this, right? Let them experiment. If they don't like it and it doesn't work, and they realize it doesn't work, they'll revert it. And it's no big deal. They're allowed to try things, right? So, coolio. That was exhausting. That was so exhausting. Okay, Paradox, are you still here? Paradox wanted me to talk about Rel for a moment. Oh, hang on, I can find the tweet, like, here. Here we go. Oops. Okay. So, what's happening with Rel? I made a quick tweet about this. I think it's a little sad that her Q healing is gone and like the Mikhail's is gone and her unique ability to gain durability from enchanter itemization is gone, which is unfortunate. But Rel looks way more consistent. Like, okay, her attack speed is up, which is awesome. Normal attack speed. Cool. Her armor per level down a little bit because she's just got a front-loaded passive. Her attacks and abilities steal 3% armor, 3% MR. Okay. That's per target, right? Yeah, that's per target. Which is pretty insane. So Rel still is stronger as the game goes on in terms of stealing resistances. She still becomes tanky as you get your resistances. It's just way easier for her to get those resistances. Her attack speed is faster. And her wombo will stack it all immediately. That's a lot of extra durability for Rel. And so that's, I guess, why she doesn't need her Q healing as much, right? No longer deals bonus magic damage on hits. No longer refreshes the duration on all targets. Fair, valid, that's okay. This is pretty nice. Q. Q now has a small stun. It still destroys shields. It applies passive and full damage to all targets. Yes. Yes. Now this is really sad. The reduced range is a little sad, but there's a lunge on it, right? And so it does kind of compensate for some of the range, and you don't get to spam it as much, which was a really fun part of her play pattern. There's going to be more auto attacks in it though. So there is more CC here, right? The CC is no longer on her E, it's on her Q. So she's going to, yeah, which is fine. It's fine. The W is, I can barely read this, right? Dismounted now increases her attack speed and increases her attack range, which is very good for her passive, but it makes me wonder, how are we going to be able to use this, right? Because Attack speed's not a stat that Rel... I mean, she's not going to have any AD to back it up, really. Which is a little odd. There's no MS cap while dismounted. It now just slows by 15%. Says a nerf early, a buff later. The damage is lower. The shield is lower. The radius is lower. The slide distance is lower. The jump range is lower. The knock-up duration is lower. Ouch. Right? It pays for increased damage and range while dismounted. And because there's more reliability. Yes, so the cool thing about Rel is there are there are more ways for her to actually interact rather than just opening with raw W, which I think should clean up her matchup spread a little bit. Right? It should clean up her matchup spread. And mount up gives a tiny bit of movement speed, but it is what it is. Her new E. So she passively has movement speed while mounted, which is kind of cool. Active, you gain ramping boost speed up to 20% over 3 seconds, doubled to 40% towards enemy. After 1 second, her next attack or Q explodes for some extra damage here, which is kind of a big deal. Now, the cooldown does appear to be pretty long. The cooldown does not appear to decrease with ranks. The damage, it never goes high. The movement speed never increases at all. The passive movement speed does. So that's for roam potential. It just lets you set things up a little more effectively. You could open with Q, right? Actually, where did they say something? E, Q, and a crash down. Yep, so that's just more consistent, and it beats her bad matchups. Big deal, right? Big deal. And then R is exactly the same. So, I mean, it's hard for me to visualize the amount of damage that Rel is going to have right now. Primarily because she doesn't do a ton now, right? And she was kind of an enchanter, but... basically what this means is Rel is a more consistent initiator, and regardless of what else happens around that, being a more consistent initiator makes her a better champion, especially since Leona's kind of in the dumpster, and Rel can just kind of take her place, right? If you can beat Gragas Body Slam, if you can beat Janna Tornado, if you can beat Alistar Headbutt, if you can beat all of the things that invalidate you as a champion, you are so much better. Better passive, better E. Worse W, but better setup. Arguably better Q, but less sustained damage out of it, which, you know, but more attack range, you know, as we mentioned, the 250 attack range, kind of cool, kind of cool. I have a hard time concluding anything beyond that without getting my hands on her, and we will. We're going to have our usual in-houses. I am going to be playing Rel. The funny thing is, everything has a jungle mod on it. Don't think it'll do anything. I will be trying it anyway. So, I can't tell you anything more until I play her, which I will be doing probably next week. Maybe this week. Probably next week. Could mid-Rel work similar to mid-Nautilus? All of her abilities are AoE. Correct, but one of those abilities is W, which commits her in immediately with very minimal escape, right? Nautilus E is so non-committal. Nautilus E is actually designed from the ground up as wave clear. I think Nautilus just has a better kit for a solo laner as a whole. And for a jungler, to be fair. Because, like, Nautilus top was a thing way back in the day. It's just finally returned to us, and we're happy that it has. Rel mid is, like, playing entirely off her Q, which... I would rather be playing Ornn. I would rather be playing Sion. I would rather be playing Zac. Cooldown on Zac W is just way better, right? Yeah, unfortunately, I'm a crackpot scientist. I love to play off meta, and I love to see if something works if it's not been explored, but unfortunately, this one doesn't scream viable to me. I would love it to be. I would love to play anything anywhere, right? And Zeknal, no worries about the Zeke's thing. It had to happen, and I'm glad it did, right? I'm happy it did. I'm super happy it did. Okay, oh my goodness, we opened so many tabs. We also asked earlier something about Chalice of Blessing on tanks as a rush, right? What does Chalice of Blessing build into? Is it just our enchanter items? It's just Redemption, Helia, and Mikhail's, right? Yep, okay. Then no, I'm not feeling it. I would rather sit on the Ruby Crystal. It doesn't have any additional value for tanks. It's 50 health. I know that comment was made a long time ago. That question was asked. But, no. Unfortunately, probably not. Band of Glass. Let's look at our mythics, right? Haste is... haste, haste, haste. Every one of these has an ability haste mythic passive, so that's not a decision point. Okay. What time is it? 11:14. Chat, I am going to treat myself to some Legends of Runeterra, but I need to stand up and talk to my family first. So... Oh, and I need to check on these 109 messages from my team. Blech. Yeah, actually, get your final questions out if you need to. All of the Enchanter Mythics have haste passive, yes. Which explains where the haste went on Redemption and Mikhail's. So, it is. It was a bunch of them. It's all of them. They were just talking to each other. Yeah, they're just shitposting. Alright, we're good. Yeah, they're just shitposting. Okay, we're okay. So I think full tanks are going to be weaker given the changes to Fawn and the addition of magic damage on a lot of marksman itemization. I do think it will be harder to itemize against on-hit champions for sure. However, I think Abyssal Mask can at least to a degree compensate. You know, Force of Nature was just so good, and not having that feels awful, but... Full tanks are also usually the best people at killing those marksmen, right? So if you just murder them and CC them before they can damage you. I think yes, a little bit, but not for the reasons that you think. Top lane tanks are already generically weak because the component game has to be played, and it's just kind of difficult to lane. Once you get out of lane, if you can get out of lane, you're going to be good no matter what, right? Jungle tanks are typically gankers, and they keep slowing the gank cadence, right? So, I mean, unless you're playing Scion and you're just on perma invade, or you're playing Ornn and you're on perma power farm because the game pace is slow or something, like, I mean, the gankers specifically will just be like a little bit weaker. It'll be a little harder for them to do their job. And then support tanks are obviously just not like in a 10 out of 10 state, especially since the enchanter items are now busted. But so yeah, I mean, I guess I think tanks are going to be slightly weakened by some of these systemic changes, but not inherently just because of Force of Nature, and not inherently just because of marksmen having some more hybrid damage. In fact, I think tanks are going to be the best at itemizing into that hybrid damage because they get the most defensive items, right? But there's just a couple issues here and there that might make them a little bit trickier to play. That's my initial take off the top of my head. Oops. I was screenshotting that for a meme. Oh, no, not snipping. That's the job of the diver assassin. Ugh. Yes, mage buff too. Mage buff, especially if the mid lane slows down. That is a mage buff. Oh, let's stretch. Okay. Alright. Alright. Thank you, guys. Please direct any further questions to me on Discord. I'm gonna go play lore, but in the meantime, I'm gonna go talk to my family and drink some water and maybe touch grass. I'll be back in like 10, maybe 15. So yeah, I'll see you guys later.